You're all very welcome to this conference today to mark 50 years of our membership of the entity that's now called the European Union. My name is Frank O'Mara. I'm the Director of Teagasc, and I'm delighted to be here to welcome you this morning. In particular, I'd like to welcome Minister for Agriculture, Food and the Marine, Charlie McConalogue, Minister de l'Agriculture et de la Souveraineté Alimentaire, Minister Mark Fenno, Ambassador Vincent Garand, Mairead McGuinness, European Commissioner for Financial Stability, Financial Services and Capital Markets, representatives from the French Embassy, Secretary General Brendan Gleeson and other colleagues from the Department of Agriculture, members of the Teagasc Authority, both present and retired, including retired chairperson Tom O'Dwyer and former Director Liam Downey. And I know we're due to be joined by former Director Jerry Boyle. I just don't see him here yet, but if you're here, Jerry, you're very welcome. And colleagues, and including retired colleagues and guests that are here today. So, look, we're very honoured to have two ministers and a commissioner here today, but please note that our ministers and commissioner and their associates have very busy schedules, as you can imagine, and they will have to leave here as they have other commitments. The two ministers with Teagasc today, they're going to visit a beef farm and visit our research centre in Grange, where a memorandum of understanding will be signed to promote cooperation in agricultural education between France and Ireland. So the two ministers will leave after their speeches, and Commissioner McGuinness will also have to leave shortly after her address. I want to inform you that this event is being recorded, so we assume that your presence here today indicates your agreement to this, and it will be up on YouTube by next Tuesday. Emergency exits down at the back and at the side and out this way, and please put your phones on silent. So look, this is, I think, a very important event. It's been organised between Teagasc and the Department of Agriculture, and we felt that it was important to reflect on the last 50 years of our membership of the EU. And if you think about it, that is almost exactly half the period of our independence. And entry to what was then called the EEC, European Economic Community, it was a huge step for a relatively young country. And it marked the beginning of a period of enormous economical, political and social change for our country. And agriculture has been at the front and centre of that change. And indeed, one of the big motivations for our entry was the opportunity that it would give to the agriculture sector. So today we are going to analyse what has happened to the agri-food sector in the last 50 years. And we're not a historical society, so we are also very much interested in looking forward at what the next period might bring for the agri-food sector. So the format of today is that after the addresses by Minister McConalogue, Minister Fenno and Commissioner McGuinness, we will go to a short coffee break. And when we reconvene, we will have 4 presentations on policy developments, structural change, the evolution of farm incomes and technological progress over the last 50 years. I will then invite the 4 presenters of those papers to the stage where we'll have a chance, or you will have a chance, to ask them questions. After that, we'll have 2 further presentations on generational renewal and the role of advisory services in agricultural development. We will finish then with a panel discussion with 4 industry leaders where we will look forward to the next decade. And there again, there will be a chance for you to ask questions. And finally, Secretary General Brendan Gleeson will close the conference and we'll have light refreshments in the hall. I would urge you sometime during the morning to take time to look at the timeline of 50 years of the EU membership that's on the wall at the back of the room. And that sets out some of the key milestones for the agriculture sector over that time. And I'd like to acknowledge the work of my colleagues Jane Kavanagh, Maura Caffrey and Emer Ferguson in compiling that particular timeline. Now, before we go to the opening address from Minister McConalogue, we're going to look at a short video reminding us of some of the key events and personalities related to our entry to the EEC as it was at the time and the journey over the last 50 years. And this particular video has been compiled by my colleague Emer Ferguson.
Well, I'll tell you what. You can have two views. You can have a personal view and a national view. See, so a national view, I'd say go in the common market.
People in this area anyhow are nearly all farmers, and I think if we don't get in, that we're going to be left out in the cold.
You've got to come out night and day to work, to canvass, to make certain that every farmer, without exception, goes to a polling booth on May the 10th and, of course, votes yes for the common market, ensuring his future.
The common market, of course, has taken in the other two community projects, since its overall aim is to control the economy. But it has also opened up much wider trading interests, aiming for the free movement of workers, services and capital within the group. It has also formulated a common agricultural policy, establishing a social responsibility for the rich industrial areas towards the economically weaker agricultural areas, so that, for instance, money for this purpose could flow from country to country.
The City of Brussels developed a new significance for our economy in general, agriculture in particular. The commuter shuttle to Brussels now achieved new prominence as farm leaders and politicians toed and froed to the EEC capital. We were all now Europeans. 1975 saw Dublin hosting our first meeting of the community's agriculture ministers. Already, improved prices, particularly for milk, provided Minister Mark Clinton with added stature among our farmers.
Yes, I think there was a little bit too much euphoria about agriculture in particular. People saw that prices in Ireland were low for producers. They were high in the community. Just people saw it as a movement from the low level to the high level, and there would be no problems after that. But I think that was somewhat naive.
It's been a sorry year for Irish beef and dairy produce. These industries each export more than £1 billion worth annually, but both are now heavily dependent on the EC to purchase and store their production. Falling demand is the problem. BSE and consumer resistance to red meat are hitting beef, and BSE has also cut off important outlets such as Iran and Iraq. Consumers have also turned off butter and have switched to spreads and margarine. The result is that the two main sectors of Irish agriculture are being given a lifeline by the EC.
Today in Brussels, Commissioner Ray McSharry indicated he will publish next week plans to change the emphasis of the CAP.
So you can see it has been quite some journey and lots of faces and interesting developments over that time. And we'd all love to know what the future will bring. And that wall down there, I did think that Jane should put the next 10 years on it as well, so we'd get some idea of the milestones for the next 10 years. But I guess we've got to wait for that to happen before we know what to put on it. So now, look, it's my pleasure to introduce Minister Charlie McConalogue, Minister for Agriculture, Food and the Marine, who will give the opening address to this conference here this morning. Minister.
Thank you, Frank, and good morning, everyone. Minister Finot, Commissioner McGuinness, Secretary General Brennan Gleeson, and distinguished guests. It's a pleasure to welcome you all here this morning to this conference celebrating the 50-year anniversary of Ireland's membership of the European Union. I'd like to particularly extend a very special welcome to my colleague Mark Finot, the French Minister for Agriculture, who joins us here today. I want to thank you, Mark, and your colleagues for joining us as we commemorate this truly special time in Irish and European history. And I think it's particularly appropriate that your visit coincides with this event here organised by Teagasc and Frank and all of his team this morning, given that France has been such a strong partner to Ireland throughout, an ally throughout our 50 years of membership of the European Union as well. I'm delighted to be here in Teagasc's Food Research Centre in Ashtown this morning. Teagasc has achieved a great deal over the years on behalf of Irish agriculture and food in educating and training our farmers. Teagasc's services in research, education and advisory are critical to the ongoing development and modernisation of the Irish agriculture and food sector, enabling the sector to take full advantage of the opportunities in global markets. Teagasc also plays a key role in supporting the uptake of new research and technologies by farmers, which is essential to building sustainability. To have Minister Finot here with us is a bonus, and indeed along with Commissioner Mairead McGuinness, who's such a strong advocate for Irish agriculture. But Minister Finot, your visit symbolises the ongoing close cooperation between Ireland and France as we work together in Europe to ensure an effective common agricultural policy which will support our farmers and our rural communities. Minister Finot will join me for a busy schedule today, including a visit to a Teagasc Signpost Sustainable Farm. And you'll also join me later today as well at the signing ceremony between Teagasc and the French Ministry, which will strengthen cooperation with France in the field of agricultural education. Hosting this celebration at a centre of research, joined by our French partners as we commit to ongoing collaboration, is a testament to all that is good about our membership of the European Union. It is a microcosm of Ireland and Irish agriculture within the European Union, which has been a story of growth, innovation and collaboration. Ireland's accession to the European Economic Community, now the European Union, in 1973 was a pivotal moment in our nation's history. Few events have been as transformative. The decision to join the European community was overwhelmingly supported by the people of Ireland, as we saw in the very good video just ran there, and it was driven by their desire for peace, unity and shared prosperity. Those convinced Ireland's future lay in Europe showed courage, and that courage was courage in a new vision for our country as members of a bigger European family. Ireland's journey within the European Union has been one of remarkable transformation and growth. We've gone from a small and relatively isolated island on the fringes of Europe to an open, vibrant and prosperous nation firmly embedded in the heart of Europe. Our decision to join the European Union has not only brought economic benefits, but it has brought about cultural and social connections that have enriched all of our lives. It has given opportunities to the people of this country that previously we would have thought unimaginable. It has given us a strong and united voice on the international stage. And together we have worked to promote peace, stability and shared values. In 1973, when Ireland joined the European Economic Community, our agricultural sector was vastly different than it is today. We were facing challenges related to productivity and market access. Ireland's agricultural sector was largely reliant on trade with Britain. Membership opened the door to a vast market for Irish agricultural products. The single market has enabled our farmers and our agri-food businesses to export their goods across the continent, increasing growth in the process. Ireland has also benefited greatly from the European free trade agreements, which have vastly expanded the opportunities for international trade. Our reputation for exceptional high-quality dairy, meat and other products now extends far beyond our own borders. One of the most significant aspects of our EU membership is the common agricultural policy. We all know the essential role that the common agricultural policy has played in shaping our farming and rural communities. The CAP has been the backbone, supporting our agricultural sector, providing financial support, fostering innovation and ensuring more sustainable farming practices. Through the CAP, we have been able to invest in our farming communities, modernise agriculture and protect our landscapes. The CAP has been instrumental in supporting a fair standard of living for our farmers and, critically, in maintaining food security in Europe. The Common Agricultural Policy, like all policies, must change and evolve. It has played a vital role in ensuring that the European Union was able to cope with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, and it has helped address the impact as well of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The challenges we faced 50 years ago are not the challenges we face now. The issues we have to respond to now are more complex and multifaceted. The CAP is no longer trying to only address agricultural production. Now, sustainability demands that we may remain food secure while protecting the environment and addressing climate change. Therefore, the CAP will continue to evolve to meet changing demands and new circumstances. Our task is to reduce substantially the emissions in agriculture without undermining potential and without diverting emissions, or without undermining production potential and without diverting emissions elsewhere. The global population is growing and we need to produce more food, but to do so in a more sustainable way. We must therefore work together with optimism and determination. Innovation and sustainable farming practices will shape our future. The EU's Farm to Fork strategy aligns with our vision for the future of the Irish agri-food sector as set out in the Food Vision 2030 strategy for Ireland to become a world leader in sustainable food systems. As we implement this vision, we must ensure that the key role of agriculture in producing quality produce is always central to our deliberations. By adopting an integrated food systems approach, Ireland will seek to become a global leader of innovation for sustainable food and agriculture systems, producing safe, nutritious and high-value food that tastes great. We've boosted our climate ambition, and we know the actions the sector will have to take to achieve this, including reduced chemical nitrogen usage, improved animal breeding, and as well as improved animal feeding and increased organic production. On the land use side, the focus will be on reducing the management intensity of farmed organic soils, on increasing tree planting, and on measures to build carbon in our soils. We're investing in education, training and research to equip the next generation of farmers with the skills and knowledge necessary to face these unprecedented challenges. We consult broadly to build the social consensus necessary to enable this change. What drives our optimism in facing these challenges is that 50 years later, we do not do this on our own. We are working alongside 26 other member states towards the same goal. Again, I'm especially thankful to be joined by the French Minister of Agriculture. You're very welcome, Mark, today. Your attendance here and the partnership between our two countries in defending the CAP and the agriculture sector in Europe is most welcome. The declaration of intent for further cooperation on agricultural education that will be signed later today is another example of the good work being done between our nations. It recognises our shared interest in enhancing our cooperation in agricultural education and the mutual benefits of close collaboration. We must continue to nurture our partnerships, exchange knowledge, and work together in preserving the values and the future of the European agricultural community. We will work with our European partners to create a sustainable and prosperous future for our farmers and for our environment. Thank you, and may the next 50 years be marked by an even stronger, more sustainable and more prosperous European Union. I wish you well for the conference today, and thank you again, Frank, to you and all of your team, and to all of those contributing and attending today for coming together to mark this important moment. Thank you.
I might just ask you one question, if you don't mind. it's a shame. Look, the Minister has to leave us, unfortunately, but I guess, Minister, it's very symbolic today that the French Minister is here with us, and you talked about, you know, France being a strong ally with Ireland in our interest in the CAP. And I suppose look, you've been through a round of negotiations of the CAP, and you know, does Ireland really have much influence in those negotiations? Because there'll be another round coming up soon. And I suppose now we're implementing the CAP this year. Are you happy with the amount of flexibility that we have to implement the CAP in each of our own countries?
Yes, I am. And listen, I think we certainly have a lot of influence, and I think what has been great and what has been the strength of the European Union as well has been that understanding among other member states of respecting each member state's importance to the Union and providing that flexibility within the shared goals which we all are working to achieve for the CAP to work within each member country. And certainly it was a long process involved in negotiating this particular CAP. It involved many steps. It's much more complicated now than it would have been in previous CAPs as well, because you have the three institutions with equal standing, the Council and the Commission and the Parliament, and that brings its challenges. But I have to say, in relation to getting to the final destination, that our views and our particular circumstances were very much respected by other member states, and we brought that to the table as well in relation to the respect we showed for others. And I think, you know, when we look at where the European Union is now 50 years on from when we would have joined, its strength is very much in that shared respect we have for one another. Obviously, the CAP has evolved massively. I think one of the challenges, and it's something that we're very grateful for the shared view that we have with Minister Fenot in France, is the importance of the CAP budget and trying to maintain that, because there's no doubt that has been under pressure in recent CAP periods, and it will continue to be under pressure. And that collaboration and partnership between those countries who want to make sure that it is maintained is going to be important, because whatever about the structures we have in place and the structure of the CAP and how it will evolve, the funding of it is really, really important. And it's very important to farm incomes here domestically and important to farm incomes in other parts of Europe as well. So that's why it's really good to see Minister Fenot here today, because as a representation of that strong partnership we have with France, and that's going to be important that we maintain that as well as we go into future CAP negotiations. And also just to acknowledge the very positive support of Commissioner McGuinness from an agricultural perspective as well. She has a unique qualifications and background and understanding of Irish agriculture, and it's great to have somebody of her expertise as well at the European level representing Ireland as a commissioner. So thank you, Frank.
Okay,
thank you.
Now it's my pleasure to welcome Minister Mark Fenot. Nous sommes ravis de vous compter parmi nous aujourd'hui. La France est un grand pays agricole et partage de nombreux intérêts avec l'Irlande. Je sais que vous voulez faire un brief discours ici aujourd'hui, alors que nous célébrons les 50 ans de notre adhésion à l'Union européenne. Nous avons hâte d'entendre vos points.
We are delighted to have you with us today. France is a major agricultural country and shares many interests with Ireland. I know that you wanted to make a short speech here today as we celebrate 50 years since we joined the European Union. We look forward to hearing your thoughts.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Monsieur le ministre de l'Agriculture irlandais, cher Charlie. Madame la commissaire européenne, Mairead McGuinness, Monsieur le professeur Frank O'Mara, Mesdames et Messieurs, d'abord m'excuser de ne pas parler aussi bien anglais que le professeur parle français, mais peut-être qu'au bout du 5 ou 6e voyage en Irlande, c'est pas pour me réinviter, je serai meilleur.
Minister, dear Charlie, Madam European Commissioner Mairead McGuinness, Professor Frank O'Mara, I'm sorry I am not able to speak English as well as the professor can speak French, but maybe after 5 or 6 visits to Ireland I might improve. Not that I want you to invite me again necessarily.
Je tenais en quelques mots juste d'abord à vous remercier de me permettre de participer au début de cette conférence. C'est un honneur et un plaisir d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui pour célébrer les 50 ans de l'adhésion de l'Union européenne de l'Irlande. D'abord parce que l'Irlande et la France, au-delà de ces 50 ans, sont unies par une amitié durable, profonde, sur tous les secteurs. Et je remercie une nouvelle fois Charlie de m'avoir invité dans votre si beau pays et de me faire réserver avec ses équipes un bel accueil et un programme qui s'annonce dense et passionnant.
First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to the start of this conference today. It is an honor and a pleasure to be here with you to celebrate 50 years since Ireland joined the European Union. Firstly, because Ireland and France are united by a deep and lasting friendship that has lasted more than the 50 years, and in all sectors. I would like to thank you, Charlie, once again for inviting me to your beautiful country and for giving me, through all your teams, such a warm welcome and for what promises to be a busy but exciting programme.
Ensuite, parce qu'au sein de l'Union européenne, l'Irlande et la France sont des partenaires de confiance, avec des relations de confiance, notamment sur le volet agricole. La politique agricole commune, entrée en vigueur en 1962, est l'une des politiques les plus anciennes, les plus intégrées et l'un des fondements majeurs de la construction européenne.
Secondly, because within the European Union, Ireland and France are trusted partners. It is a trusted relationship, particularly on the agricultural front. The Common Agricultural Policy, which came into force in 1962, is one of the oldest and most integrated European policies and one of the major foundations of European integration.
Au sein de l'Union, l'Irlande et la France partagent une vision commune de l'agriculture, une agriculture performante, résiliente, durable, basée sur un modèle à taille humaine.
Within the EU, Ireland and France share a common vision of agriculture, high-performing, sustainable, resilient and successful, based on a family model.
Il n'y aura pas d'Union européenne forte, et on le voit bien dans les temps que nous traversons, sans une souveraineté alimentaire européenne forte, et donc sans une agriculture européenne forte. Il nous faut pour cela des politiques de soutien efficaces, en premier lieu desquelles la politique agricole commune. C'est ce que nous défendons de façon tout à fait commune avec l'Irlande au niveau européen. Cette vision commune nourrit aussi une riche relation bilatérale avec de nombreux échanges et coopérations.
There can be no strong European Union, and we see it in the current times, without European food sovereignty, and therefore without strong European agriculture. To achieve this, we need efficient support policies, starting with the CAP. This is what we are defending, together with Ireland, at European level. This shared vision is nurturing a rich bilateral relationship with numerous exchanges and cooperative ventures.
Et donc, nous développons des coopérations. C'est le cas, par exemple, sur l'élevage durable. Juste après cette conférence, nous nous rendrons sur une exploitation bovine. L'objectif est de reconnaître et d'encourager tous les efforts fournis par nos éleveurs, en Irlande comme en France, pour relever le défi de la compétitivité et de la transition. Nous avons besoin d'élevage pour nous nourrir, mais aussi pour la transition et la lutte contre le changement climatique, et ce d'autant plus que, nous l'avons encore vu récemment, les agriculteurs et les éleveurs sont les premières victimes du changement climatique. Notre coopération se construit aussi autour de l'enseignement agricole pour former les agriculteurs de demain et assurer la transmission des exploitations aux générations futures.
This cooperation is seen, for example, with sustainable livestock farming. Just after this conference, we will be visiting a cattle farm. The aim is to recognize and encourage all the efforts made by our farmers, both in Ireland and in France, to ensure sustainability and competitiveness. We need livestock to feed ourselves, but also for the transition and the fight against climate change. All the more so because, as we have unfortunately seen again recently, farmers and livestock breeders are the first victims of climate change. Our cooperation is also built around agricultural education to train the farmers of tomorrow and ensure that farms are passed on to future generations.
À ce titre, je me réjouis que la déclaration d'intention que nous signerons en fin de journée pour renforcer encore les échanges entre les élèves et les enseignants français et irlandais. Le Brexit, bien qu'éprouvant pour nous tous, a été l'occasion de renouveler les liens historiques entre l'Irlande et la France.
In this respect, I am delighted with the declaration of intent that we will be signing at the end of the day to further strengthen exchanges between French and Irish pupils and teachers. Brexit, although draining for all of us, was an opportunity to renew the historic links between Ireland and France.
Avec la venue du président français en 2021 et l'adoption d'une feuille de route commune, la France et l'Irlande ont ouvert une nouvelle page de leurs relations bilatérales, multiséculaires, et partagent un destin commun, et permettez-moi de le dire, pas seulement une tragédie rugbystique.
With the visit of the French president in 2021 and the adoption of a joint roadmap, France and Ireland have opened a new page in their bilateral, centuries-old relationship, and they share a common destiny, and not just that of a rugby tragedy.
Et ainsi, pour m'inscrire dans le slogan porté par le président de la République, lui-même, comptez sur moi pour que sur l'agriculture, comme sur le reste, France is your closest EU neighbor. Thank you for your attention.
So, in keeping with the slogan coined by the President of the Republic himself, you can count on me to ensure that within the EU, on agriculture as on everything else, France is your closest EU neighbour. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Minister Penno. J'espère que vous appréciez le reste de votre visite. So now our ministers will shortly depart, but we're going to be treated to the address of Commissioner Mairead McGuinness. Mairead, as many of us in this room call her, is a proud agricultural science graduate from UCD. She had a very successful career in journalism before entering politics as a member of the European Parliament in 2004. She became first Vice President of the European Parliament from 2017 until 2020, and one of her many memorable acts, which I'm sure you will all have seen, was her scolding of a number of rowdy UK MEPs as they made their last appearance in the European Parliament. So hopefully she won't do any scolding here today. And Mairead became Commissioner for Financial Stability, Financial Services and Capital Markets in October 2020. So over to you, Mairead.
Well, thank you very much, Frank, and I promise I won't be bad or evil, but I'm not so sure I won't be scolded from this audience, which has very, very deep institutional memory. We all look great after 50 years, that's all I can say. And I want to merci beaucoup, Minister. Fantastic that you're here. I was explaining to the Minister that chaque jour j'apprends français avec Duolingo. Peut-être at some stage I will be fluent, but I am trying. I am the only native English speaker at the table of the EU 27 commissioners, which is quite extraordinary and also quite helpful, because I have subtleties that perhaps are lacked around the table. Emer, you produced a fantastic video. Did anyone notice anything in particular about that video? Where were the women? No? Did anyone not see that? But thank you for pulling it together. And maybe just recall that the reporter on one of those reports, Nick Coffey, a Dundalk man from County Louth, passed away, I think 2 weeks ago. I was there for his funeral. He would love the fact that we were listening to his deep Dundalk accent today. So I'm really happy to be here. There's a touch of nostalgia, I think, not just from myself, but I think the people I spoke to earlier, Liam Downey. I mean, Liam, where are you now? Wherever you are, great that you're here. I mean, it's just fantastic. And maybe my career, I suppose, and even my education really charted the last 50 years to some extent, because I went to UCD in 1974. So I've been reporting on agriculture and on the policies around it from the early 1980s right up to 2004, when, with a rush of blood to the head, I stood for election to the European Parliament. And you know, when you're studying, you wonder, what use will all this knowledge bring to me? Well, by goodness, it was really helpful that I had the wisdom of Professor Seamus Sheehy somewhere in my brain as a member of the Agriculture Committee. I know that Michael Berkey is in the audience. I didn't get a chance to say hello, but one of the things that Michael will recall, he wasn't quite as fond of the Parliament as I would have been, because when I arrived and the CAP reforms of that time, the European Parliament took the stage, if you like, in terms of being equal footing with the council. So farm organisations had to cope not just with ministers, but now with MEPs. But that development was well managed. Today my portfolio is finance, but actually finance matters to farming and agriculture. So it means that I do keep a very, very close eye on what's happening in agriculture policy. I'm also the only commissioner who lives on a farm. And you know, that's no harm, because I think the closer you are to some topics, the more you have not so much this, but also the emotional intelligence around agriculture and farming and farm families and all the complexities that are in that. So I regard I suppose a bit like now, there's a bird's eye view of the audience. I've had a bird's eye view of the agriculture sector. I come from a farm, a mixed farm in the 70s, where we had everything from fruit to cows. Of course, specialisation crept in with the advent of EU membership. And I've seen life from both sides, and there have been many, many ups and downs in the last 50 years. I liked the comment around euphoria, and there's no doubt that I think that the promise of joining the EEC was based on a real sense that we would be part of something bigger and that things would improve for farmers. And they did. There was an improvement for farming, principally through the Common Agriculture Policy. But if I look back to the very beginning, farmers were very keen to join. But even before that, the first leader of the NFA, Juan Green, was very much talking in the 1950s about joining Europe and being part of something bigger. It took a long time for us to get there. There wasn't easy, because I think our French colleagues weren't sure about the United Kingdom. So we couldn't join unless the UK joined, and happily the UK joined with Denmark and Ireland in 1973. Things didn't work out, but I will come to that. Many will recall Sico Mansholt, the Mansholt Plan. I mean, it was viewed with great fear and angst because he talked about consolidation. He also had an opportunity as the first commissioner to address the dire shortage of food that happened following the war. So he focused on lifting production by setting minimum prices, putting in place import taxes and supporting exports. And I think we should salute the farmers of that era who answered the call to produce more so that Europe could be fed and well fed. Modernisation has been mentioned already, and there is no doubt that over the 50 years we've had extraordinary modernisation on Irish farms and indeed right across the European Union. When we joined, our economy was relatively underdeveloped, very dependent for trade with the United Kingdom. We were net beneficiaries from the EU budget until around 2014. Today we're net contributors, a sign that we are a developed and wealthy member of the EU. And the Common Agriculture Policy was a real catalyst for modernising farm structures, increasing both the volume, value and quality of our agriculture production and trade. Again, if you look at the evolution, and I hadn't a chance to look at the wall, but I will take a good snapshot of it. So we had guaranteed prices, invisible supports, and very welcome. We decoupled payments. Then they were linked to livestock, and then, of course, decoupled again to land. And today the policy has evolved to obviously supporting with the basic income support, but also towards more environmental delivery. I think with every reform, it's become more complicated. I think anyone who's in the Department of Agriculture and the advisory service know that the complications of the policy have increased. And I think it's something that we do need to look at and try and work towards that word we use frequently, simplification. I've heard it often as a journalist and indeed now in the Commission, but we haven't got there yet. The other factor that affects farmers is the weather. And I often think that farmers will cope with anything except bad weather, or really bad weather or weather at the wrong time. And I think this has been a particularly difficult year for farmers, both livestock and tillage. And really the fortunes of farmers are also very much linked to the natural world. And that's why comments about the impact of climate change, Minister, which you referred to, on farming are absolutely significant. And that's why farmers are part of the overall push at an EU level to address climate change. I won't go through facts and figures, they're all down there on the board, but I do remember milk lakes. beef and butter mountains, ships offshore with all of this. I mean, it's extraordinary when you think about it. What's also extraordinary is that that difficulty was actually dealt with by reforming the Common Agriculture Policy. So we are in a very different place today. Look too to the food supply chain. We had a number of food scares over the decades, including BSE and foot and mouth. And then we had and have a very strong European Food Safety Authority, also embedded in our member states. And Europe leads the way when it comes to having a sophisticated rapid alert system. It detects and warns and stops problems in the food chain at speed. All of that happened because the crisis around contamination of the food supply chain was having such a detrimental effect on farm prices and farm incomes that this was all necessary. You know, Teagasc produced a wonderful booklet, Frank, and I want to thank your colleagues for it, in 40 years of EEC or EU membership. So I'm going to just really do a summary. So the 70s, it was the era of opportunity, perhaps euphoria, and a little, maybe too much of it, but it was good just the same. The 80s, surpluses and food mountains. The 90s, the check and the post. I remember famously Professor Seamus Sheehy saying that the worst thing was if the check wasn't in the post, when there were people commenting about disliking the system. And then the 2000s, breaking the link between production and support, and that has continued, decoupling. And I mentioned the role of the European Parliament. For me, the most significant was the reforms in 2013. I was involved actively as a member of the Agriculture Committee of the Parliament. And I remember saying on an interview on RTE that this reform, because we were redistributing payments, would lead to deep divisions between farmers, neighbour from neighbour, because of the redistribution and convergence of payments. And I think that is the case. I think it was an inevitable shift in the policy, but I think it's one of the downsides that today, compared with when we joined, there are many different views and voices representing agriculture, and of course that is as farmers want it, but it means that it is harder to pull together a common view on the future of agriculture. And I'm sure for those who are directly involved, politicians, whether they're local, national or European, it's very difficult to serve so many very incompatible agendas, but that is just how things are. The abolition of quotas was referenced. I mean, that was a very, very big development. Those in the audience who are and from dairy farms knew that the constraints of milk quotas had added costs into the system, and there was a real desire to break free, and that's what happened. Certainly in Ireland, the expansion has been really significant. We've had new entrants to the sector. We've had investment in infrastructure to meet the new demand. And of course, the focus now is on making not just the dairy sector, but all parts of Irish agriculture much more sustainable to address, I've mentioned climate, but also environmental challenges and maybe animal welfare issues, and that may be part of our conversation. The CAP has been rolled out now, this new form, and again, the convergence piece remains part of the new CAP. But other policies impact agriculture, and to some extent, the Common Agriculture Policy has had to make way for the reality that climate policy, environmental policy, the European Green Deal in its totality around climate neutrality by 2050 is and will have a major impact on Irish agriculture and the food processing sector. And we are at an inflection point, and you can sense that in the discussions, which have become much more heated and filled with anxiety on the part of farmers about what change will mean for them. But if we accept the reality of climate change and accept that farmers will be impacted negatively by climate change, then it is in all of our interests that we help and support farmers to adapt and change. The EU Farm to Fork strategy, referenced by Minister McConlogue, to which Ireland fully supports, has implications not just for farmers but the entire supply chain, from soil health right through to food waste, focusing on reducing inputs and trying to maintain production at the same time. And through research and advice, which is led by Teagasc here, we're seeing the evolution of those policies. I recall the 2019 election and being rather brave and maybe bold to say to a farmer that we will probably ask you to plug the drains on your farm. To re-wet, Matthew Dempsey's eyes have just fallen out of his head. But the truth was, at that moment, we realised that there were I suppose that farm policy had gone too far in one direction of a production focus only, without taking account of consequences to the environment and climate. And when I mentioned that to the farmer, I knew him well enough to know that he would at least smile, even if it was anxiety, was to actually start this conversation, that it wasn't that you wanted to flood all land, but there may be parts of farms that actually flood anyway, and that battling against nature sometimes is a lost and costly battle. I know because we have rushes on our farm, and I have persuaded Tom that they're okay. But then our policies up to now did the opposite. Our policies actually were costly to farmers. If you had a habitat on your farm that nature herself had left as opposed to being planted, we penalised farmers. We deducted their payments. I have to say I was one that raised it with many commissioners, including Commissioner Phil Hogan, and I'm very glad that now we've stopped that, because it was an insidious policy when you think about now we're trying to get people to restore these habitats. I've said I'm not a fan of schemes. I'm a fan of allowing parts of all landscapes to be what they need to be. And as I said, sometimes you can't battle floods. We had floods in the last few weeks on our farm that I haven't seen before, and I'm sure others have had that experience. I would regard the early years, the 70s, the 80s, and even around dairying as a drive-on policy. I think now we need to slow down and take stock. It doesn't mean that we reverse all engines, but we need to look at what's working, what's not, and how do we need to change. I also want to put hands up, I've said it before, that as a public service broadcaster many years ago, it's almost 20 years since I finished on Ear to the Ground, but in the 80s I was on Landmark. We actually showed farmers how to rip out the hedgerows very efficiently and drain land and what pipes to use. And indeed, I think we even gave, in public policy, grant aids for that. So one of the things we have failed to do, in my view, is take account of the sociology around change, the mindset change that is required, and how you need to respect the feelings of farmers about what we asked them to do in the 70s and 80s and what we're asking them to do now. I feel particularly sorry for older farmers. Like the people who come up to me and say, look, I can't bear to see the nettles there, but they're telling me I should leave them. I mean, it sounds like a very simple idea, but it has profound implications for what farmers have been taught previously. It's easier for younger farmers maybe to take on board the fact that nature doesn't have to be tidy all the time. But for older farmers, I do think we need to improve how we communicate. And I was very pleased that the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, in her State of the Union speech in September, announced a structured dialogue on the future of agriculture in the European Union. Because we do need that farmers are core to this dialogue, not being talked about, but being listened to and having a conversation with. And we will see the rollout of that. And the President also talked about something that I am troubled about, the polarisation of views, where we cannot find a middle ground. And the one thing that Europe always has been able to do is to find a compromise and find the middle ground. A second issue that comes up in my conversations with farmers, including those from Drina Co-op this week in Brussels and Kilkenny farmers, they're concerned about generational renewal. We have lots of farmers who are doing the Green Cert, but how many of them will farm? And I think fewer and fewer. And it's partly because of the uncertainties of farming, but it's also because we live in the reality of full employment in this country. And most all of our young people have a third-level qualification, and they have an opportunity of getting employment off-farm. I'm not sure if anyone has done any analysis of what that will mean. I know in the parish that I live in, when I look around to see how many of the farmers who are full-time will be replaced by full-time farmers, I don't see it. I also think we need to reflect when we talk, and I'm glad the conversation has tamed about culling cattle, which was a very unhelpful saga and very unhelpful headlines. But if you look at the age structure, particularly in suckler farming, you know, many farmers do keep going when they should stop. And many farmers are stopped because they can't keep going. And sadly, many are stopped by accident. So I think we are going to have significant change, not just in land ownership, but the use of land because of the age structure, When you're young, you're more able. When you're older, we know that things slow down a little. And that's something we have to take account of. If I look to dairy farming, the biggest challenge they have is their own health and well-being, but also how do you get workers? How do you get labour that want to work on farms? And very few Irish will do it. I know that getting people to work full-time is really, really difficult. And that will impact on the future, the next 50 years of Irish agriculture and at farm level. If I look to the future, and I don't know any of us can predict, but I do know that environmental issues will remain central. They will be embedded. I think that if you like, I'm trying to get the right word about past policy. It was too one-dimensional. It was not holistic. So dairy expansion was based on milk production and how would we process it. We only afterwards thought about what about the calves? Where do they go? What about the emissions and what about the slurry? Every industry today has to look at its core product, its byproduct, its inputs and their impact. And one of the things I'm responsible for is sustainability reporting. Farmers are not included in our taxonomy at this stage, so agriculture and food processing are not in the taxonomy on sustainable economic activities for climate and the environment because we need to do much more work on it. But that will happen. And indeed already, you see it, buyers are coming onto farms to see what's happening around sustainability because the cooperatives and the processors are being asked all of these questions. So this is coming indirectly from the marketplace already. And I do want to say that farmers are doing a lot already to address these environmental challenges and climate, and I think we need to acknowledge that. For me also, the use of technology is really, very advanced and among older farmers, so it's not just the young that have taken to the technology. When I go home and have to listen to the livestock mart from Kingscourt on my husband's iPhone playing very loudly, I worry. But COVID brought a lot of things into vogue that previously were not. And he's not content to stay local. He also watches what's happening in the UK and indeed has been known to listen to reports from Inishowen for cattle, and he doesn't have any. So just briefly and in summary, the issues I'd like to talk now, and we're going to have a conversation, is who pays for all of this? Where are food prices going? Who pays for public goods embedded in food when the finance ministers that I work with are really worried about food price inflation? What does food security mean in this new era? Are we investing enough in agriculture research and innovation? And lastly, where is our land use policy? It's not joined up, that's for sure. And where are the women? Because the one thing that really concerned me, and I was a very young reporter, and probably that's why I've always worn trousers, although occasionally I break out, is that it's a lonesome place when you're the only few women in a room, and the men don't get that, but I'm able to say it to them now. I'm very pleased that there are young women beginning to speak up, and I think women will be the drivers of positive change in agriculture, and we ignore them at their peril, because women who work on and off farm are sustaining agriculture. They pay the college fees, they pay for the extras, while the farm pays for the farm. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mairead, for a fantastic account, I suppose, of the European Union from your unique perspective as a commissioner. So look, we have time for a few questions, so if you have a question, please put up your hand and we'll bring a microphone to you. But Minister or Commissioner, if I could start, you mentioned there who pays and what are, I suppose, are all the additional things we are asking farmers to do. What is that going to do to the price of food? What's your own view as to who should pay?
Well, I mean, I'm in the happy position of saying that we rely on member states to contribute to the EU budget. We have said, and particularly currently, the budget is not sufficient for the extra policies, not even agriculture, that it is paying for. So one of the big conversations that will have to take place here in Ireland is, are we prepared to contribute more to the EU budget so that we can distribute money to agriculture? That's the first question. Secondly, is there a sufficient awareness in the public discussion about the additionalities we're asking farmers? It seems to me, and I listen well, that there's a view that farmers get millions, big figures, and therefore, is that not enough? We need to talk more about what that actually means and how it might be if they didn't exist. The third point around food prices. People say, and we all will, we want to buy quality food and we're prepared to pay the price until we go into the supermarket and do the opposite. Now, I'm not sure how many in this room actually shop. I try to occasionally keep close to what's happening on the ground. And we have to recall that not all families can afford to pay high prices for food. So there is a big contradiction between the asks and the rewards. I mentioned that the CAP is only one part of policy that impacts on farmers. I think the work you're doing in terms of research on using inputs better, more efficiently, efficiencies can be improved on. And I think sometimes the higher the price of fertilizer, the less is used, and funnily enough, it doesn't have a disastrous consequence. So I think I'm just putting these questions out because I've seen it from both sides, from reporting on this sector and now policy driven by it. If you were to ask me out loud, do I see many of those countries who are net contributors to the budget wanting to contribute more? I don't see that, but I think we have to start this conversation in Ireland and elsewhere. I have to say, I see Professor Thea Hennessy here in the room, and she made an excellent presentation at an event in the European Parliament recently and really put that challenge to the audience. How are we going to get all of this change, have affordable food, because that is the part of the objectives, but also make sure that we reward farmers sufficiently? And I was very taken when food price inflation was really very strong, it's still there, that my finance ministers weren't talking about banking regulation or capital markets union. They were worried about food price inflation because politically, if food prices go high, you have social issues to deal with. So I think there's still an important policy around providing affordable food. I don't think we have yet got the right mechanisms to do that. But as a student of agricultural economics, we really will never get a perfect policy, but we're striving towards it. The complexity now is that we've been going in one direction for quite some time, and the pullback has been slow. The first story I did for Ear to the Ground in 1993, all those years ago, was the establishment of the Environmental Protection Agency. And we have now seen how its over 30 years role is key to farming. The biggest concern I have, and I haven't been asked what it is the divisions in society and between farmers and environmentalists. And I had an engagement with both sets this week, a very strong lobby of Irish environmental organisations. And I made the point that, you know, if you tell people what to do, you're not going to get cooperation. But if you ask people to come into the conversation, you will get change. And what's actually happening is that we have to ask farmers to ignore the noise and concentrate on what you're doing well, and look at the research and the science and employ it at ground level. But I don't dismiss what I sense is a deep unease amongst farmers, particularly of a certain age, because young people have choices. But if you farmed all your life from the age of 14, and today you're being told you're the problem and you're causing climate and environmental damage, nobody likes to be accused of being the problem. I mean, I think you can change the sentence and say, look, we advised you to do things in the past that we now realize we need to change. How do you think we'll do that? And that matters, and that's why rural sociology, that I studied for a very short period of time, needs to come back into vogue to see how do we use the theory of change and the theory of human dynamics to get all of this embedded at farm level.
I think our own experience is that farmers, yes, certainly very, very concerned, but what they want to see is a plan, exactly, where they need to get to and how they're going to get there. So several hands up. We won't have time for everyone, but Mike, you might introduce yourself. Mike, I know you, but in case I don't know the next person.
Mike McGann. Mairead, I hope I'm not too familiar in calling you by your Christian name.
No, it's good.
To your last point, you gave us a very interesting whistle-stop tour of the the 5 decades of EU involvement. But have we come the full circle with regard to, has Europe become too inward-looking with regard to food production? To your last point with regard to environment protection, climate and all those issues, geopolitically and globally, we're going to have very significant challenges in food production. And yet we have parts of Europe, ourselves included, that are very, very well suited to probably more food production than we're currently doing, even as we still maintain protection of the environment. And should Europe maybe have a rethink with regard to that policy of being relatively inward-looking on food production because of the challenges that globally we're going to have in sustaining 9 or 10 billion people?
Well, thank you. Can I call you Mike? Because I think we know each other well enough. No, and thank you for that point. You know, that conversation is happening, because you're right, geopolitical tensions, including what happened in Russia, the dreadful attacks in the Middle East, and we don't know what will come of that, has made the word food security reappear. Now, how does Europe address that? In the past, we produced surpluses and we gave export refunds and we damaged agriculture in other parts of the world. So I think if we're doing it, we have to do it sensitively. My view around helping nations that are food insecure is to allow them maximize their capacity to produce. And of course, if we can export, that's to the good. But we shouldn't say, well, we can produce and they don't have to look at their own development. In my view, we need to change how we address this. Rather than saying we could produce more, you know, everybody will be constrained by the environment. We all know that if you pollute water, it damages farmers. And as we saw recently, it's not just agriculture that has issues. If you saw, as you did, the water sewage, what's going into our waterways. So there's a lot of improvement needed, not just in farming. But all production should be about environment and climate now, everywhere, rather than us thinking. I think maybe I would agree with you to the point that if you're well fed and you've choice, you don't really even notice food and you don't realize the effort that goes into producing it. I do, because I'm close to the land. And every time I go into a supermarket, I just realize we are so spoiled for choice. And it wasn't always thus. I think we need to recall that. And it can also go backwards. Like, all progress is not a given. So, you know, what we need to be able to maintain is soil health, clean water, good air, seeds, the basic components of production, and then manage how we farm in a way that enhances rather than damages. And that's the objective of most farmers. So I think your point is well made, and I would say that the discussion needs to deepen now, because the next Commission, and it's not that far off, will be developing the next CAP. That will also involve enlargement of the European Union. We may go at some time from 27 to over 30 member states, one of them potentially Ukraine, a massive producer of grains and oils. Really key for global food security, as we saw when Russia prevented them exporting. But how would the Common Agricultural Policy of today sit with a Ukraine coming into play? So I don't want to frighten you. I think there's an opportunity for us to stop thinking the way we currently do. Leave our past behind, if you like, and enter the room with no baggage and thinking about, for the next 50 years, where we know we will have an increase in global population, although Europe is shrinking. As you know, we're aging rapidly, and me too, but the world is going elsewhere. And how do we place ourselves in that? We're great innovators. We've had that experience of going from scarcity to surplus. And of course, the biggest driver of farm production is price. If farmers are getting a good price, I mean, the mood can change within 30 seconds, you know, depending on what price the lamb is week to another. I know these things. I feel these things. So I think people like you and others who've, you know, lived through changing times need to be part of that conversation. And we need to engage, and it's good that we had the French minister here, with others across Europe to see what do they want. And also listen to consumers, because not everybody likes the fact that some people say they don't want to eat meat anymore or drink milk. I do both. I believe in balance. But also acknowledge what is happening in that space and see where do we fit into that. And I do think that the next CAP will be very different than anything that has gone before. I'm not sure what the budget will be like, and that's why I mentioned that enlargement is key. And lastly, decision-making, when you have more people around the table, may be more complicated even than it is today. And that's something that we have to take account of. And engagement at the EU level, which I think Irish farming has done really well over the decades, needs to be different. I think we need to come forward with solutions rather than problems. I mean, it's very easy to come with your bag of problems, but actually it's wonderful. And various lobby groups that have come to me across all sectors, the joy of when somebody actually comes up with a solution that you can work with, it's rare, but it's wonderful.
Okay, we're out of time, but Tim has the microphone in his hand. Tim, a really brief question, please.
Yeah, very brief, but I just want to compliment all three speakers. Very common sense coming through, I think, in a big way. Now, my question is very simple. It's technical, and it's to do with physical science.
Tim, we're not on the physics now today, but make your point, briefly, please.
Everybody in Brussels, in the EU, seem to be listening to environmentalists who very often have very poor physical science. 10% of Irish students do in the Leaving Cert physics. 1% of university graduates in science do physics. Now, climate is all about physics. And the physicists I know, I worked in a department in Teagasc and Forest Luntis in the old days called soil physics and climate, agricultural climate. And so I know the people. I'm not an expert myself, but I know people in that area. And they all say that the physical science is grossly exaggerated, and nobody in Brussels is listening to those scientists. People like the last winner of the Nobel Prize in Physics last December is now joining people like Will Happer. Now, Will, who...
Okay, Tim, can I bring you to the conclusion?
Will Happer now says the warming from carbon dioxide is 0.71 degrees Celsius from doubling carbon dioxide, and the IPCC are saying it's 3 degrees. Now, that's 4 times more. And nobody's listening to the physical scientists. And my question to Mairead is to go back to Brussels and ask them why they're not listening to physical scientists like Will Happer, who by the way, we're spending 20 million in this country on his new system for the big telescope in Chile.
Okay.
And Ireland has contributed 20 million to that.
Thank you very much, Tim. As a scientist myself, I always believe the science will win out, and that science will be debated, and I'm sure we'll get to a conclusion. Do you want to make a comment, Mairead?
I mean, thank you for educating me about the Chile and the telescope. I mean, I laugh out loud when people say in Brussels they're not listening. I mean, if your story is true, you can talk here in Ireland. I mean, Brussels is not the centre of all evil or all exchange. Member states are part of it, and there is a considered view, even if you are sceptical on climate, that environmental issues need to be addressed, that it helps us to have more trees, to have clean water and clean air. I think battling on that argument is intellectually very interesting, and there may be points that we need to take account of. Maybe the physicists aren't good communicators.
Okay.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you. I'm going to cut you there, Tim. We've got Judy Curry. I've noted the name, and we'll look her up. Listen, could I, on your behalf, thank Mairead very much for coming here today. You're in the centre of Brussels and the European Union, and we really value your insights, Mairead, and the hugely important work that you do on behalf of the whole European Union. But you never forget your roots, both Ireland and your agricultural roots, and that's very much appreciated by all of us here. I want to wish you the best for the remainder of your term as Commissioner, and who knows what the future will bring. So, Gormila Mahagut.
Apparently there's a job for me moving sheep in Meath, but let's see how that goes.
Let's see how that
goes. Thank you.
So, we're now moving into the phase where we're going to look at things in a little bit more detail. We're going to have 4 presentations, and at the end of those 4 presentations, the 4 speakers will join us over there for a panel discussion, and there'll be a chance for you to ask them some questions. So I'm delighted to welcome as our first of those 4 speakers, Brendan Gleeson, who fills the very important role of Secretary-General of the Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine. Brendan, in that role, is at the centre of policy setting in agriculture, and he's going to talk to us about agri-policy shaping the industry, the last 50 years and the next decade. You're very welcome, Brendan.
Morning, everyone. So I have a very difficult task trying to follow that. So I'm not going to. But and of course I will be followed by people who will give a very technical insight into the impact of the European Union on Irish agriculture and the Irish economy, I'd imagine. So my presentation might be a bit more colloquial than all of that. So I hope you'll bear with me. So look, I have no gadgets here on the thing, so I'm not sure how these slides will work, but I don't have very many. Oh, very good. So look, I was born in 1963, and when I was a young fella, we didn't have dishwashers, and in the working class suburb of Dublin I grew up in, we used to talk about washing the Delf. Now I can see Frank starting to panic now. He's wondering where this tangent is going, and I'm starting to wonder myself. Now, we didn't use that term in our house, by the way, because both my parents were from small farms in rural Ireland, and I always associated that term Delf with Dublin people. But maybe that's not true. But of course, we didn't know that Delf was a city in the Netherlands, or that it was a particular type of pottery, a blue and white pottery made in that region. But it was a very commonly used term. So I hope this works now, and it probably won't. So, when I was appointed Secretary General of the Department, to my astonishment, and I'd been in this office before as a visitor, but I started to look around it when I was resident there, I found this amazing piece of Delf on the wall. And it's a very useful starting point, I think, for starting a conversation on the Common Agricultural Policy. However unlikely that might seem, I think it is. And the most important part of that very bad photograph, and it's bad because I took it, is the plaque underneath it. And this is what that plaque says. It's presented on the 26th of October 1945 to the Department of Agriculture as a token of the appreciation of the Netherlands government of the dispatch to Holland of the gift of food offered by the Irish government. And I think if I asked anybody here, because it's a very knowledgeable audience, who the biggest exporter of food in the world is, second biggest, I think, it's the Netherlands. And in a country very much smaller than Ireland, I think their exports last year were valued at something approximating to 120 billion, which is extraordinary. So it's useful to reflect back on this. And there were extraordinary circumstances that led to this Dutch famine in 1945 and 1944. And it was essentially a German occupation and the use of food supply as a weapon of war. And that does resonate now in a way that it wouldn't have 5 years ago, I think. So food security is very much back in the conversation now in the European Union. And I wouldn't want people to think that, I mean, the European Union is an extraordinarily food secure place for a variety of reasons, including the supports that the Common Agricultural Policy have provided, and the single market, and the multilateral trading framework that we're all part of. But it is important to remember this, I think. And if this resonates now, it certainly did back in 1957, when the roots of the Common Agricultural Policy were laid in the Treaty of Rome, Articles 38 to 46. And those provisions were inspired by this challenge, and the objectives laid down in Article 39, and this is a bit abbreviated, but bullet pointed in my speech for me, thanks to the authors, are to increase the productivity of agriculture, to ensure a fair standard of living for the agricultural community, to stabilise markets, to assure the availability of supplies, and to ensure that supplies reach consumers at reasonable prices. And by the way, embedded in that text too is a recognition of the importance of agricultural training and education. I haven't called it out here, but it's in there in the treaties. Now, the Commissioner mentioned the polarisation of debate around agriculture and climate. And so I think what I don't want people to do is to seize on this part of the presentation and interpret it as a kind of an assault on the broader objectives laid down in the CAP and the current regulatory framework. So that is not what I intend. The world is facing a climate crisis, and I'm not familiar with the physics, but I think there's broad scientific consensus about that. And if we don't address it, it will exacerbate food insecurity and poverty in parts of the world that are already food insecure, poor, and populous. And that in turn will lead to all kinds of impacts on global security, on social cohesion, on economic sustainability, and on global food security. So we have to tackle that problem as a global community. And I think it's generally accepted at this point that we are seeing the effects of climate change in Ireland. And those effects might be significantly more benign than they are in other parts of the world. But I think they're visible, I think. So if we're to chart the evolution of the Common Agricultural Policy, it's important to understand its beginnings. And it's also important to remember that the food security we enjoy in the European Union today can't be taken for granted. The recent global pandemic and the war in Ukraine and Brexit reminded those of us involved in the sector of the fragility of food supply chains. And Brexit was a significant challenge in that regard, and COVID was a significant challenge in that regard. And it was very important at the outset of the COVID pandemic that we categorised food production and supply as a priority industry. And we had to reflect on that in determining how the economy would function in a period where it was locked down. So, when I came here this morning, the order of the speakers was different. So I have to reflect that now in what I say. So I have some insight into what Kevin Hanrahan is going to say afterwards. And I think he'll say, and he'll be correct, and don't feel gazumped, Kevin, is that one of the difficulties in assessing the impact of EU membership on Irish agriculture is that we don't have a counterfactual. We've been in the European Union for 50 years. So that's absolutely correct. But I think we do have the experience of 30 years of insular economic policy from the 1930s to the late 1950s. That's even before I was born. And we did fight our own economic war. I think, Frank, you might have mentioned that, or the Commissioner, with Britain in the 1930s. And that resulted in the imposition of tariffs in both directions. So we know what tariffs mean for agriculture and for the economy. So I find it extraordinary that as early as 1923, we asserted our political independence by looking outwards and joining the League of Nations, which is an extraordinarily progressive thing to do. And we asserted our position in the world in that way. But from the 1930s onwards, we looked inwards from an economic perspective towards self-sufficiency. And I don't think that was a great success. So you can imagine, Frank, how excited the people in the Agricultural Research Institute were in 1972 and at the prospect of EU accession. And I've known a few directors of Teagasc now at this stage, and they're all prone to very excited outbursts from time to time. But anyway, I hope this works as well. Well, it didn't. So, in 1972, Dr. Tom Walsh, and some of you might have known him, who was the director of the Agricultural Research Institute, was asked about accession, and this is what he said: "For God's sake, vote yes. Entry into the common market will mean new hope, new life, a whole new world of confidence and progress for Irish agriculture, and especially small farmers who will have nothing to look forward to if we remain outside the EEC." So, Frank, I know you're prone to that sort of thing as well, but that's, I suppose, it's a clear view and it's strong leadership. So it's interesting to see that now from the perspective of today. So when Ireland joined the EEC in 1973, the CAP was already 10 years old, and the focus was clearly on the objectives laid down in the treaty. In order to ensure a certain level of food production in the EEC, wide target price was set for most farm commodities. If a commodity's price fell below what was termed an intervention price, then the EU would simply purchase and store the surplus produce, thereby preventing further falls in price. So the Commissioner referred to that, and of course this system did support prices, but it had a few downsides, which he also referred to. And by the late 1980s, Europe had to contend with huge surpluses of major farm commodities. And some of these were exported with the help of export subsidies. And we know what the impact of those subsidies might have been on third countries that were food insecure. And others were simply stored for long periods or sold within the EU, often with market distorting effects. And it was a time of milk lakes and beef mountains, and I certainly remember that. So in order to reduce the milk lakes, the milk quota regime was introduced. Quotas were set for individual farmers at 1981 levels plus 1%. Between the early 1970s and the early 1980s, the domestic intake of cow's milk by creamers in Ireland had gone from around 3 billion litres to 5 billion litres, and that was an increase of 60%. But the growth, of course, was halted in 1984, and domestic milk intake by creameries and pasteurisers remained close to 5 billion litres until quotas were removed in 2015. Despite the introduction of quotas for production, the value of exports of dairy products grew by close to 400% during this period. And that was more than double the rate of inflation, from around a value of 800 million euro in 1982 to 3.9 billion euro in 2015. So despite the restrictions in the volume of milk produced, the agri-food sector found a way to generate increased value. And of course, dairy became increasingly specialised, and efficiency increased in an extraordinary way in that period. So generating increased value from current production levels will be ever more important in the next few years as we move deeper into the area of sustainability in all of its forms, economic, social and environmental. In the early 1990s, efforts to strengthen the multilateral global trading framework and pressure on the EU budget led the EU to move away from protectionist and market-distorting agricultural policies. The resultant reforms were led by Irish Commissioner Ray McSharry, of course, and implemented in 1992. The aim was to reduce the overall budget and move away from unlimited guaranteed prices. The policy shifted from a market support system towards a greater emphasis on direct income support for farmers. Intervention prices were reduced and direct payments to farmers were introduced, based on the area of land cultivated or the number of livestock units a farmer had. In the intervening years, direct payments have provided a baseline income for farmers who've had to deal with volatility in their income. In 2009, a year when farm incomes fell by 30%, farmers received an average direct payment of just over €17,000, when the average family farm income was just €12,000. During the 10 years from 1993 to 2002, Ireland received over €18 billion in receipts for agriculture from the EU, compared to €12.6 billion in the 10 years from 1983 to 1992. Further reforms of the CAP followed in 1999. The new Agenda 2000 programme led to the creation of a second pillar of CAP, dedicated to rural development. Agenda 2000 offered a more holistic approach to agriculture and rural development, with the aim of improving agricultural competitiveness, providing alternative sources of income in rural areas, and strengthening social cohesion in those areas. The Fischler reforms in 2003 perhaps brought about the most significant change in European agricultural policy to date. They allowed for the decoupling of farm support payments from production. One of the motivations for these reforms was to strengthen the EU's position in World Trade Organization negotiations. In a world of multilateral trade negotiations, market supports and payments to maintain or increase production were viewed as market distorting. Under the new system, Member States agreed to implement a system of single farm payments, which were decoupled from production to improve market orientation of the policy and reduce its trade distorting effects. They also allowed farmers to orient production towards market demand rather than being driven by subsidies. More emphasis was placed on agricultural practices that were environmentally friendly through cross-compliance obligations. Eligibility for the main direct payments were conditional on achieving some environmental and welfare goals. And we spoke about simplification earlier on. And in my view, this was the first and only simplification of the Common Agricultural Policy. So when I hear the word simplification, my blood runs cold, frankly. But this was a genuine simplification because we went from many, many different livestock schemes to a single scheme that was easily understood. The new millennium brought new challenges for the CAP. Not only did it need to ensure a well-fed and thriving society, it also had to respond to new concerns such as climate change, animal welfare, food safety, and the sustainable use of natural resources. The next reform of the CAP took place in 2013, and it was finalised under an Irish presidency, and there were many people in this room that were involved in that. And it tried to address the new demands by including greening of payments, making agriculture more sustainable, more equal distribution of support. This is the language of my speechwriter. So if you want to split the room in 5 seconds, you can talk about convergence and fairness. But in any event, the view from the European Union, and this was informed by consultations with citizens and farmers and everybody else, was that there should be some convergence of payments from large farmers to small farmers and towards some kind of a European average payment. Additional support for smaller farmers through better targeting of income support. Again, I'm using the language provided me, but I understand some people may not agree with that. And incentives to young people to embark on a career in farming. And the reform brought about a boost in spending on rural development projects. It also introduced a crisis reserve funded by all member states to be utilised to assist particular member states in crisis situations. And this was a very honourable idea and sensible idea. But of course, in practice, it has tended to be carved up between the member states in proportion to their contributions to the budget. But in principle, it was a good idea to take some funding from the CAP budget, set it to one side and try and help people who were in real trouble. I suppose we can have arguments about it's about 400 million euro, which in the context of some of the events in Slovenia or Spain or Greece recently is probably a drop in the ocean. But you can see the honour in the intent. And Ireland has been a beneficiary of that crisis fund several times since its introduction. So the other significant thing, and I think the Commissioner mentioned this, that this was the first reform carried out under the ordinary legislative procedure introduced by the Treaty of Lisbon, where the Council co-legislates with the European Parliament on an equal footing. So the Parliament for the first time had a very significant impact on the final shape of the package. And I can remember very well dealing at length with a parliamentary rapporteur right through our 6 months of the presidency and trying to kind of reach a common ground because he was dealing with quite a divided agriculture committee in the Parliament. And of course, one of the very significant reforms here was confirming the abolition of quotas. And there were people in the European Union who were not in favour of that. But at the time, I think the Irish view, driven by the experience of the previous 30 years, was that our production had been constrained in an unreasonable way for 30 years, and that an economically rational view of things would allow dairy production to expand where it could be done in a globally competitive way. And but the logical consequence of that, of course, was that it would probably contract in areas that weren't competitive. And the experience since then, actually, is that milk production in the European Union has remained broadly stable. It has actually reduced slightly. So the common narrative is that milk quota abolition led to an explosion in dairy production. That's certainly true in Ireland, but it's not true in the European Union. And it's worth reflecting on that from time to time, I think. So going forward, the recent reform was a radical departure from those that had preceded it. Initiated by an Irish commissioner, again, it placed a very significant emphasis on linking subsidies to the environment and public goods. And there were a number of reasons for this that I think are important. Firstly, it was evident from the public consultation that preceded the proposals that this was something that really was wanted by European citizens whose taxes were funding the policy. And secondly, it was evident from the early skirmishes on the multi-annual financial framework that there would be significant downward pressure on the budget because of the departure of one of the largest net contributors from the European Union and because of other budgetary priorities such as defence and migration and energy. So I think people again forget the context in which this reform was negotiated. The UK were going a very significant, large 10 billion euro of net contributions, and that was a massive issue. So it was clear from the outset that if there were to be any prospect of maintaining the CAP budget, it would have to deliver on the kind of public goods that citizens valued. And net contributor states were very much of this view. And Ireland is now a very significant net contributor since 2014, which is a tribute to, in a way, it's evidence of the economic evolution of Ireland since we joined the EU in 1973. So the new policy will apply for a period from 2023 to 2027, and it seeks to enhance the contribution of agriculture to EU environmental and climate goals, provide more targeted support to smaller farmers and younger farmers, allow greater flexibility for Member States in adapting measures to local conditions, and I'll come back to that in a minute, and commit Member States to social and labour rights of agricultural workers, and better link supports to farms' results and performance. So one of the big things about this CAP strategic plan is we've always assessed CAP on the basis of what we've done. But I'm being told my time is up, but I won't be more than a half an hour more. But I think the new policy, I think, asks us to assess the outcomes, and it's hard to argue with that. So I just wanted to finish, I think, to talk a little bit about the next reform, and the Commissioner touched on this. So I don't know what that reform is going to look like, but the Commission is already working on proposals, and as in 2013, we will be in the driving seat in 2026 at a critical point in this reform. But a number of things I think are clear. Firstly, the trend towards paying for public goods won't reverse. It won't. And the environment and climate change will be a continuing and greater focus for the Common Agricultural Policy. And again, the same dynamic applies. If there's any prospect of protecting the budget here, which should be a clear objective for Ireland, and you can see the importance of having the French Minister here this morning. And people ask about influence. And Ireland doesn't have power because we don't have enough votes around the Council, but we have tremendous influence, and that's soft power which we exercise very effectively. So protecting the budget is going to be really important. I think there'll be continuing pressure to further converge payments towards an average payment per hectare, both within Member States and between Member States. I think that's a reality. And the third thing is that there's likely to be downward pressure on the CAP budget in the MFF negotiations. And that'll be driven by a range of other financial demands. And the fact that there were a number of additions in the CAP budget the last time around, secured at the last minute in the negotiations, which were intended to be once-off. So the CAP today is much different from the CAP envisaged in 1957. It still retains the last vestiges of that system, in case you think it doesn't. We still have intervention, we still have APS. But these systems now, they're very much last resort safety net instruments, and interventions prices, frankly, are so low as to be pretty ineffectual now. And the 9 objectives laid down in the CAP and the legislative framework extend well beyond the vision laid down in Articles 38 to 46 of the Treaty of Rome. But I don't accept the narrative that suggests that the CAP no longer fulfills the objectives of the authors of that document. CAP interventions are still directed at farmers, at active farmers. They still provide a measure of baseline stability in farm incomes. But I think the reality now is they do much more of that. And I think the next time around, we can see even more movement in that direction. So thanks, and sorry to the timekeeper. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, Brendan. And look, you have a wealth of information and knowledge about all that has gone before, and a great view as to what is to come. So Brendan will be joining us for the panel discussion in shortly, so you'll have a chance to ask many questions. So our next presentation, you can sit back and relax for it because it's a video format presentation, but it's a presentation by Emma Dillon, who's a senior researcher in the Teagasc National Farm Survey, her research interests are things like structural change in Irish farms, technology adoption, labour efficiency, land mobility, viability of small farms. So Emma's presentation is going to be on the changing structure of Irish agriculture. As I said, it's in the form of a video created by Emma with Declan McCardle and Muireann Egan as the contributors to that. So over to you, Emma.
There has been a transformative change in Irish agriculture since joining the EEC 50 years ago. A sector now modernised, mechanised and specialised. Significant improvements in investment and farm management over the past 5 decades have resulted in considerable productivity and efficiency gains, and increasingly improved sustainability performance. These changes reflect our evolution as a member state of the now European Union. How has EU membership changed how we farm? Irish farming now looks very different. There has been a large decline in the number of farms and the labour requirement on farms. The rapid structural change in farm numbers and size was particularly evident until the millennium. We now have less but larger farms and fewer farmers. The rate of decline has slowed over the past 2 decades, with data from the latest Census of Agriculture in 2020 indicating that the number of farms in Ireland is now about 135,000, and those working on farms account for 4% of the total labour force. There were a number of reasons for this farm consolidation. Firstly, it was driven by economic development and the expansion of other sectors of the economy, which brought new employment opportunities for farm families, the pull factor. This helped them to diversify their sources of income, either to complement or in some cases substitute low levels of farm income, the push factor. Interestingly, the removal of the marriage ban on women working outside the home coincided with EEC membership as part of a general alignment of policies on gender equality, and this facilitated the beginning of the dual income model that remains as important for Irish farm households to this day. The increasing phenomenon of off-farm employment and the growing importance of non-farm income to the viability of a large number of households was acknowledged by the National Farm Survey for the first time in 1993, when it published data on the number of farmers and their spouses working off-farm. Secondly, support received through the Common Agricultural Policy was often tied to production levels, which incentivised some farmers to expand their operations. Larger farmers also benefited from economies of scale, allowing them to produce additional food more efficiently and at a lower cost. Thirdly, access to improved financial support through the CAP helped stabilise farm incomes and encourage on-farm investment and modernisation. The steady decline in farm numbers and commensurate increase in farm size and specialisation resulted in a move away from mixed farming systems, which were so common on joining the EEC. This change has been fundamental, considering that about 1/4 of farms were classified as a combination of cattle, dairying, rearing and fattening in 1975. The categorisation of farms has indeed changed, but the continued dominance of livestock systems remains a constant to this day. In terms of the transformation across other farm systems, in 1960 there were 111,000 pig farmers with an average herd size of 8 pigs and a national output of less than 1 million. Today, Ireland has 280 commercial pig farms, comprising about 200 sow breeding and integrated farms with an average herd size of about 700 sows, and 80 specialised finishing farms with a national output of 3.8 million pigs. The forestry sector has also expanded since 1973, both in terms of plantings by the state and private farmers and landowners. The agricultural area dedicated to horticulture has declined over time, with a large reduction in the number of growers who now operate at a much larger scale. The growth of the mushroom sector over this period has been an outstanding success story. Across the agricultural sector generally, improved mechanisation and technology adoption has reduced the amount of labour required on farms. These developments have brought cost and labour advantages, but at the same time, some challenges in terms of the maintenance of soil quality and circularity, for example. Technical improvements in farm machinery are reflected in the improved working capacity and sophistication of tractors, with a 2- to 3-fold increase in power. EU membership has vastly improved the market orientation of Irish agri-food exports and quickly expanded the potential marketplace beyond Britain through the EU single market and related global trade deals. The move towards specialisation has allowed farmers to focus on products for export in demand internationally and has improved our capacity to meet the required quality and regulatory standards. It is important to add that while this has brought major economic benefits and improved efficiency, it also presents challenges, bringing with it increased exposure to market volatility. Investment on farms has also increased dramatically since joining the EEC. This has certainly been instrumental in modernising the agricultural sector, and the availability of EU funds has played a significant role in this regard. Increased household income from off-farm sources has also played a key role in terms of investment in the farm business, with evidence from the National Farm Survey of off-farm income, often spousal, being invested to grow and develop the farm. Taking a closer look at the dairy sector over the period, EU entry had an immediate impact in terms of Irish milk production. We have also seen a large-scale consolidation of milk processing facilities, with 124 co-ops handling just over 2 billion litres of milk in 1972. That volume figure has now more than quadrupled, with the number of co-ops down to 18. The value of milk processed on accession was equivalent to about 150 million euros. The value of our dairy exports last year was nearly 50 times that number. The range of dairy products has also widened considerably over the past 50 years. While butter and skim milk powder still account for over half of Irish milk utilisation, developments over time have seen an increasing share of milk going towards cheese production and a range of newer protein and whey-based products, such as fat-filled powders and specialised nutrition powders. We are now the #1 exporter in the EU in terms of these. In terms of beef production, export trade has predominantly moved away from non-EU markets to the EU and UK in recent decades, with the reduction and eventual elimination of export refunds. Continental Europe is also the primary destination for Irish sheep meat. Irish farming has changed fundamentally over the past 50 years, in terms of scale and specialisation in particular. That said, very small farms continue to operate in some regions and still account for 15% of the agricultural land base. The past decade has seen renewed growth in Irish agriculture, particularly for the dairy sector. But alongside this is the broad recognition of climate change concerns and our obligations in improving farm sustainability. Likewise, in terms of generational renewal, Irish farmers, like farmers all across Europe, are getting older, and the challenge of succession and how we farm into the future are key questions. European policy will continue to guide Irish farming, as it has since 1973, by providing financial support, facilitating trade and supporting rural development. EU membership has modernised our farming infrastructure, led to increased sectoral productivity and improved farm incomes.
Well done, Emma, and to Declan and Muireann that were involved in that. So Emma will join us on the panel discussion later. She's here in person, not just in video. So look, now we're going to move to our next presentation, which is going to be given by Kevin Hanrahan. Kevin has already been gazumped in terms of his content, but no doubt he'll have plenty more to say. Kevin is head of the Rural Economy and Development Programme. He's a highly respected agricultural economist. He's very knowledgeable on the economics of Irish agriculture and trade policy. And he's going to outline now for us the story of farm incomes during EU membership.
Thanks, Director, and a real honour to be talking here today on this topic. And I want to acknowledge all my colleagues from the National Farm Survey, the farm recorders, technicians in-house, fellow economists who work in Teagasc, in terms of the hard work that goes on in terms of creating the numbers that I'm going to have the pleasure of talking about. My objective is to summarise the developments and have a very narrow focus on agriculture, but I think the Secretary-General stressed that these things don't happen in isolation, that there's a wider context, and that wider context in agriculture, and as in most other things in Irish society, is also affected by our membership of the European Union. So I want people to try to remember that as we move through. And this counterfactual line, we can look to the past and say the world we're in and have been in for the last 50 years is much better than the previous 50. The challenge is saying, okay, what was the other alternative future we might have had when we found ourselves in 1973? And we just don't know what that is. But I think my assessment certainly would have been that it wouldn't have been as good as the one we've had, even if the one we have had wasn't quite what we imagined. And I think Tom O'Dwyer talked about perhaps there's excessive exuberance in 1973. I think that'll be the flavour of some of the points I'll be making through my talk. Emma has talked very eloquently in her video about the changing structure of farming, and there's been a big change, 100,000 fewer farms roughly since 1975, the first farm structure survey. There has been an increased specialisation of farming. We've seen increases in average size, but the reality is that those increases in average size have been very different across different types of farms, and that'll be stressed as I move through my presentation. But this is how I tend to think about Irish agriculture as a sector. This is output, input, and income in agriculture. These are data published by the Central Statistics Office. And I've put some of the key moments within the story of the Common Agricultural Policy of the last 50 years there. And I have used those to define 5 periods, and you can simplify it to really 3. In blue, the accession period, when growth in real prices spurred growth in the real volume of output that Irish farmers produced, particularly milk and cereals. That led to problems that the Secretary-General and others have commented on in terms of surpluses that had to be dealt with politically. And we had the introduction of milk quota. We had the McSherry reforms, we had the fish reforms, and then we had the reforms that agreed the ending of milk quota. And I won't go into the detail that we've already talked through. But while the value of output has grown over time, I would highlight the fact that for that middle 30 years period, there wasn't that much change really in the nominal value of farm output. But the costs of producing that farm output, that's the red line, were increasing all the time. And if the costs of producing what you're producing are going up, and what you're getting for what you produce isn't changing an awful lot, something's happening under the hood in terms of the income you're making. And without the developments within the Common Agricultural Policy, which are the black line in terms of the subsidies that European taxpayers supported agriculture with in Ireland and elsewhere, we wouldn't have had stability and some growth in the sectoral income, which is the gold bar at the bottom. Okay? So it's important to remember the importance of policy. But as an economist looking back over a 50-year horizon, it's also important to remember that there was inflation. Okay? Continuity and change is the subtitle of my presentation. And in 1973, if someone from Mars came to Ireland, we'd say, well, what's Irish agriculture like? We'd say, well, it's really about cattle and milk production. And if they came 50 years later, the answer would be more or less the same, and that's the continuity story. But there has been enormous change, again, behind those still dominant sectors, okay? But we've seen a large growth in output prices, or value, particularly in the last 10 to 15 years. But a lot of that is actually reflecting developments in market prices on the markets that we sell our products into. And this graph is a classic economist graph that tends to put people to sleep. It's output and input price developments. Other things equal, if you're in a business, farm business or any other business, if the price of what you're selling is growing at a slower rate than the price of the things you need to make the things that you're selling, you're in trouble unless you increase in scale or increase your productivity, okay? These two price developments, kind of when put together, create another thing that baffles people, which is called the terms of trade index, okay? This is the ratio of those input price and output price developments. And after initial period, after the oil price shock of 1973, we saw those real prices improve for Irish farming, and Irish farming responded. A lot of growth in tillage, a lot more milk produced. But since the early 1980s, those terms of trade of agriculture have been in decline, or declined till 2009, and actually have been incredibly stable since then, reflecting wider globalization processes, the accession of China to the WTO, the integration of those export markets that Irish farmers and food industry wouldn't have been thinking about 50 years ago. This is what happens in terms of real things that farming in Ireland is producing, the two principal pillars of Irish agriculture. Milk volume in litres on the right-hand side, thousands of head of cattle disposed on the left-hand side. And you can see that the milk quota worked in the sense that it stabilised the volume of milk produced in Ireland and elsewhere within the European Union. And that was reflected in what happened in the cattle industry. The suckler cow herd developed through the 1990s, in particular with the support of the Common Agricultural Policy. But when you put those two lines together and try to think of widgets or some unit of actual real output, there was incredible stability through the middle 30 years of our membership of the European Union, largely a function of how policy was structured, okay, and how society wanted to reward farmers for what they were doing. The last 10 to 15 years have, of course, been a story of change, okay? The lifting of the milk quota system in 2015, preceded by a relaxation of it, has seen the volume of milk produced in Ireland grow dramatically, but as the Secretary-General stressed, that isn't the story at a European Union level. The European Union level story is much more stability, with growth in Ireland, in our milk output, being offset by contractions elsewhere, as farmers responded to market price signals that reflect what society in Ireland and at a global level wants from farming. This is that nominal sector income, just put by itself, and that's a very, very positive story in terms of what the sector has been contributing to the national economy for the last 15 years. It's been going up, with 2009 as an exceptionally bad year. But again, we need to think about inflation. And inflation, while it's been low since the late 1980s, it has not always been thus, right? And it hasn't been that for the last 18 months either. When we turn that positive nominal sectoral income story into real terms, thinking about it in 2015 prices, the story isn't half as positive over that 50-year horizon in terms of the sectoral story. The story of the last 10 years has been incredibly positive because that real volume of output change we've seen from the most profitable sector of Irish agriculture. But the story for the preceding 30 years was not a positive one in sectoral terms. But economics is really about people, as is the CAP. So we need to recall that structural change that was going on underneath the hood within the agriculture sector. We were seeing a decline in the number of farms, increases in farm size, and less labour being used on farms overall. So the number of people that this sectoral income was supporting, even if it was declining in real terms, we need to look at, well, what were individual farmers and the farms, how were they faring over this long time horizon? And that's where the National Farm Survey comes in. It's been collecting detailed data on farms for all of our membership of the European Union, in fact, prior to our accession. Generation of farmers have been cooperating with us in collecting this data, and we need to thank those continuously, because without them we wouldn't have it, and the dedicated team of Teagasc and previously and First Lúnta staff members who went out and met with those farmers and collected those data. The farm income concept is about the surplus that the farm business creates that remunerates the farm family labour and management time put into the farm, as well as the farmer's capital, okay? It includes all the subsidies that the Common Agricultural Policy has given to Irish farming, okay? And all the numbers I'm going to present from this point on are averages, and of course behind averages there's a distribution. Some people have done much better, some people much worse. But the averages do tell a story that I think is real. This is the story of per farm, family farm income in nominal terms since 1973, since we acceded to the European Union. And it's a positive story, okay? That largely mirrors the story at a sectoral level, a bit steeper because we've had that process of structural change going on underneath the hood. The number of farms has changed, the size of those farms has changed, their degree of specialisation has changed. But we need to take account of inflation, and inflation has flattened that upward curve. Just going to click back to say, in 1973, the average family farm income, the average industrial wage was 33% higher than the average family farm income. 2022 is an exceptional year, so rather than base my comparison on 2022, I took the average of the last 5 years. The average industrial earnings published by the CSO were 47% higher than the average family farm income over that same period. So the CAP has done enormous things, but we need to remember there's a numerator and a denominator. The denominator of the non-farm economy has been growing so dynamically that it looks like we're losing ground. Perhaps we are in certain respects, but we have to try to imagine what the world would have been like without the policy interventions that have supported those incomes over time. This is that real story in terms of the inflation-adjusted family farm income since accession. It's been upward, moving, particularly in the last number of years, but I would stress that experience in the last 10 years reflects some of the structural changes that we talked about in Emma's video in terms of the growth of the dairy sector in particular. Since 1993, we've had a stable, coherent set of farm types, if you can excuse my use of the jargon, that allows us to look at the different parts of that Irish agricultural population and how their performance has changed over time. And the story really is, since 1993, for the last 30 years, of dairy and tillage farm incomes already being much higher than cattle and sheep incomes, and over the last 30 years, those differences increasing because of differences in terms of the productivity per hectare in those types of farms, and also the different rates of structural change that we've seen in tillage and dairy farms as compared to dry stock farms. Again, these numbers are nominal, and 2022 was an exceptional year, and anyone who's ever tried to put things on a graph knows that if you've got a big number, it kind of distorts the perspective of what numbers that are a bit smaller might be. So I've taken out dairy and tillage and just looking at the dry stock sector. This is in nominal terms, and we can see that in nominal terms per farm, we have had upward movement in the last 30 years in the incomes that those farmers have had, crucially supported by subsidies from the Common Agricultural Policy, but again, we need to adjust for inflation. If we adjust for inflation, the incomes for much of the last 30 years across all systems have been incredibly flat. Okay? And that's despite the process of productivity change, which has been very positive, despite the process of structural change, again, that has seen farmers get larger and more specialized. Again, the exceptional last 2 years, not this year, but the years last year and the previous year on the dairy side and the tillage industry, distort what story we can see for the cattle and sheep sector, which account for the vast majority of farms in Ireland. Again, so if we filter away the dairy and the tillage story, we're looking at family farm income in real terms, in 2015 prices, that have not changed very much at all. It's been very, very stable. They haven't appreciably declined, but they haven't actually grown very much in real terms. And remember, real terms are what's important, because the farmer who makes that income is what he or she can buy for his or her family with that in terms of goods and services. And the increases in price of goods and services over this 30-year horizon matters in terms of what the money farmers make actually allows them to consume. Now, the story is even starker if we were to imagine a world where those direct payments weren't supporting incomes. The lines at the bottom are the story for family farm income on dry stock farms. If there was no cap support, they would have been zero and declining, whereas the story for the dairy sector is still incredibly positive. But like the world, if there was no subsidies, the world would be completely different. So it's it's kind of ahistorical to even put that up, but it's just to underline the importance of the cap in its continuously evolving state for Irish farm incomes over the last 30 years and over the whole of our period of membership of the European Union. So, some conclusions, and try to fit it in my remaining few minutes. Continuity and change is the theme of my presentation. The farming is still dominated by beef and dairy production. The tillage sector is still important, but it's largely same share of output as it had in 1973. The number of farms has changed, and for a farm that no longer exists, that's an enormous change. There's 90,000 or so fewer farms today as there were in 1975. Okay? The volume of labour used in agriculture has also declined. That's not something to cry about. That's a standard part of economic development. And the European Union, our membership of it, has facilitated that broader economic development. Okay? There has, however, been increasing divergence between the average performance of the different parts of Irish agriculture over the last 30 to 50 years. And as Emma stressed in her presentation, those push and pull factors were critical. You know, an awful lot of what happened in farming was nothing to do with farming, but was to do with the opportunities that were happening outside of farming, okay? Wider societal developments were really important. European Union policy, access to European markets, access to world markets because of the regulatory system we have for around food production in the European Union has been critical for the development of Irish agriculture and for the development of wider Irish society. I won't dwell on the phases, but we can see that the real income growth that we've seen in the sector is tied to the real change in the volume of things we're producing in agriculture, okay? And that was largely stable in the middle 30 years of our membership of the European Union, and the last 10, 12 years have seen, for the first time in quite a long time, growth in that real volume, and that's what's underpinned the improvements in income we've seen in the last decade, which have been the first for quite a while. So the story really is one of stability, and the story of growth in the dairy sector, I think, has lessons for other sectors in the sense that that was built on dramatic structural change, much larger farms, and productivity improvements that have allowed us to produce more milk per hectare and milk with greater quantity of solids within it, with which the dairy industry can make the products that the world demands. The challenge, and I echo what the Secretary General concluded on in looking at the future, is that the policy will still be very, very important. I think we will come back in 50 years' time and we'll still have something like an agricultural policy. Food will still be important, but the challenge will be how to balance that desire to maintain and improve incomes that farmers earn with farming in a way that is not detrimental to the environment across many, many dimensions. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for that, Kevin. A huge amount of information, I think, really clearly and succinctly presented there. So that's the income story. Now we're going to look at the story around technology and what changes happened in technology over that time. Pat Dillon is our next speaker. He's Director of Research in Teagasc, and Pat himself has been intimately involved in the development and application of technology across many areas, but particularly, I suppose, Pat, you'd be identified with our technologies around increasing grass production and utilisation, and also animal breeding and genetics, especially in dairy systems, but certainly not confined to dairy systems. And Pat's going to present on productivity and technology development over the period of EU membership.
Okay, thanks very much, Frank. And like Kevin, I want to thank my colleagues and thanks for the invitation to present this paper. A lot of people have a lot of data and the supplied will be with. So, just the outline of my presentation, I want just to look at a critical review of the Irish dairy, beef, sheep, and tillage and pig sectors. I wanted to break it down by sector. I think it's important since joining the EU. First of all, I'm going to just look at trends in performance over the period 1973 to 2022. So that's the full period. And I'm using CSO data to describe that. And really what I'm going to do is just outline the trends in terms of production. The second part of my talk is looking at productivity, and I'm using the National Farm Survey data that Kevin talked about it, and I'm using the database from 1995 to 2022. And in that period, we have a standard database how things were measured, so we can really compare, look at each of the sectors. I want to just talk about advancement in key technologies, and there is lots of advancement and lots of technologies, but I'm just going to focus in on two. And then I just want to talk about future opportunities for the sectors going forward. Okay, so the first one is the dairy sector. And again, Kevin outlined that, and I'm not going to go back into the detail of it, over the period. And we had two expansion periods, and again, Kevin talked about the two expansion periods. The first phase is the phase after accession to the EU from 1973 up to 1984. And milk production doubled over that period. And the second phase of expansion is on the red bar, working from the left. And you can see, again, the big expansion with the abolition of quotas. Again, milk production roughly doubled over that period, even though milk production probably reduced 5 to 6% in that 30-year period in between. Important to think is the percentage increases were similar in the two periods, but the quantity of, and I've represented it in terms of milk solids, is twice the increase in the abolition of quotas in 2015, the increase in solids production is twice that as the early stage of the abolition of quotas. So that's it. And then dairy cow numbers, I've just said it, and when we joined the EU, we had 1.3 million dairy cows. Today we have 1.6 million dairy cows. So we've about 18% more cows. So 18% more cows, and we're producing over 200% more milk. The other thing on the cow numbers on the dairy cow numbers is that we peaked in cow numbers again back in 1984 when quotas came in, again 1.5 to 1.6 million dairy cows, and that's exactly the same as what we have today. So when quotas came in 1984, the number of cows we have is exactly the same as today. But you can see the big reduction in cow numbers over the quota period. They reduced from 1.5 million down to 1 million. The other just issue, and I'm not going to go into detail, looking at productivity, and this shows you the increase in milk yield per cow on the red chart, and you can see milk yield when we came into the EU were just over 2,000 litres per cow, and we have 5,600 litres per cow now. So 157% increase in milk production per cow. And that only just takes the volume part of it, and if you correlate that in with the changes in milk composition, both fat and protein, big increases in fat and protein as well. So then, if you look at it then in terms of from a milk solids per hectare point of view, and that's a key productivity, is the output of milk solids per hectare as a productivity. And over that period, milk solids per hectare has increased from 558 kilos of milk solids per hectare up to 931 kilos of milk solids. And that's over the period 1995 to 2021. So I'm back now using National Farm Survey data. So over that period, milk solids per hectare increased by 61%. Stocking rate over that period only increased by 5%, somewhere 1.99 cows per hectare to 2 cows per hectare. Nitrogen, believe it or not, per hectare has reduced over that period. 191 kilos of nitrogen per hectare to 172, and concentrate fed per cow has increased by about 0.5 ton. But when you look at it in terms of output per hectare, and that's a key efficiency parameter, you can see 61% increase in productivity per hectare over that period on the dairy sector. Now I want to go on to the beef sector. If you look at it in terms of using the CSO data again, and you look at the suckler cow herd, and the red line shows the suckler cow herd working from the left, and when we joined the EU with about 800,000 suckler cows. And of course, with the expansion in the dairy industry, the suckler cow herd massively reduced to about 400,000 cows when the quotas came in. And again, of course, when the quotas came in, you had supports came in for the suckler herd, and you see a massive increase in the suckler herd, and increased to 1.2 million cows, and peaked around 2,000. And we can see again with quotas that the suckler cow herd has gradually reduced, and there's about somehow 850,000 suckler cows in the country. But keep in mind, that is twice the number of suckler cows that was there when quotas come in. The other representation I have, Joe, is cattle numbers, and cattle numbers today are about 4% higher than what they are when quotas come in. But you can see big changes in between. You can see the reduction in the early years with the expansion in the dairy industry. Then you had a big increase in cattle numbers with the quota abolition and the expansion on the suckler cows. But overall, there's only 4% more cattle in the country today than when quotas come in, even though we peaked back in 1995, almost 7 million cattle. So if we look at then at productivity on on beef farms, and the story is not as good here, you can see. First of all, this shows you the carcass output then, nationally over the period, again, 1993 or 1973 up to 2011. So carcass output has increased by 62%. So we're exporting we're producing 62% more carcass today than when quotas come in. If we look at carcass weight per animal, has increased from about 260 kilos up to 329 kilos, about a 27% increase. And you look at slaughter numbers, we're when quotas came in, we were slaughtering about 1.4 million animals, and it is 1.8 million animals today. So a 34% increase. So we are producing a lot more beef today than when quotas come in. Look at it from a productivity point of view, and again, this is using the National Farm Survey data, and again, I'm comparing 1995 up until 2022. Actually, carcass output per hectare has reduced by, over that period, about 271 kilos of carcass per hectare we were producing back in 1995. Today, we're producing about 223 kilos of carcass. About 48 kilos lower output per hectare today than then. Stocking rate on beef farms, believe it or not, has reduced. If we look at it, 1.56 cows per hectare, or livestock units per hectare back in 1995, it's 1.4. Nitrogen level on farms, on dry stock or in beef farms, has reduced by about 14 kilos, and concentrate input has increased by about 271 kilos per livestock unit. So the story, and again, it probably goes back to Kevin's, we haven't seen massive productivity on beef farms. And we can discuss that, those reasons for that. Talk about the sheep sector then, the third sector. And this shows the change in numbers of ewes since we joined the EU. And over the total period, ewe numbers has increased by 1.6 million to up to today, we have about 2.7 million ewes. But again, big variation over that period. We had a period of massive expansion in the sheep industry in the 90s, we all know that, linked to the headage pyramid. Within the decoupling, we saw massive reduction. Carcass output has increased by about 78% over that period. 32,000 kilos of sheep meat we were producing back when quotas came in. Now today we're producing about 57%. So we're producing 78% more. And lamb numbers have increased by about 72%, in line with the increase in ewe numbers. We're starting about, when quotas come in, about 1.6 million lambs, and today we're starting about 2.7 million lambs per year. So again, like the beef sector, we have seen big increase in exports of lamb meat from Ireland. If we look at it then from the productivity point of view, and again, this is using National Farm Survey data, and we're looking from 1995 up to 2021, and the story is very similar to the beef sector. We've seen the carcass output per hectare over that period has reduced from about 234 kilos down to 203 kilos, or 31 kilos less output per hectare in today compared to 1995. Weaning rate, which is a very important parameter, is lambs weaned per ewe per year, has increased marginally over that period, 1.3 lambs to 1.38 lambs. Stocking rate, again, similar to the beef farms, has reduced on those farms. Stocking rate is reduced by 0.33 livestock units per hectare from 2.18 to 1.85. And similar to the beef sector, nitrogen has decreased by about 23 kilos per hectare over that period. Now I want to go on to the tillage sector, and there's very big differences between the different sectors, and you'll see a big contrast here. If we look at it, the area under both wheat, barley and oats, when we joined the EU, there was about 350,000 hectares under the combination of barley, wheat and oats when we joined the EU. Today it's about 250,000 hectares. So we have lost about 100,000 hectares under cereals, under those three cereals. However, I mean, if you look at the differences in that, wheat has reduced by about 10,000 hectares, from 53,000 hectares to 63. Barley has significantly reduced. You can see 63,000 hectares, from 244,000 to 181,000 hectares. And if you look at oats, we've seen a reduction of about 23,000 hectares, from 48,000 hectares to 26,000 hectares. So the area under tillage over the period since we joined the EU has reduced, even though we got some expansion immediately after joining the EU. The story in terms of performance is really different. And if you look at it, wheat yields have increased from about 4.2 tons per hectare up to 10.1 tons per hectare over that period. And I'm talking about here is compared to 1973 up to today. So Yields of wheat per hectare have increased by 137%. If you look at barley, similar, has increased from about 4 tonnes per hectare up to 8 tonnes per hectare, about 100% increase. And if you look at oats, it's increased from 3.4 tonnes per hectare up to 8.1 tonnes per hectare. So big changes in the productivity in the tillage sector. Next sector I just want to go on to then is the pig sector. And then again, it's very similar, contrasting to other enterprises. The green bar shows you the trends in sow numbers. When we joined the EU with about 100,000 sows today, and I'm using 2021 data rather than 2022, given what happened last year, about 150,000 sows. But if we look at the output of carcass in terms from the pig industry, has increased. Carcass output has increased from 112,000 tonnes up to 335,000, almost double the amount of meat output from the sector, for a 29% increase in sow numbers. So massive productivity gains again in the pig sector. And we just go to that. Key technologies I talk about, I just want to highlight two key technologies that drive productivity at farm level. And these are genetic trends I want to look at first. And this is a slide that Donaberry gave to me. And what he adjusted the indexes relatively for each of the indexes. So they're relative changes rather than absolute changes. And that's important. And again, he showed the indexes over the 20-year period. The genetic gain in sheep and beef breeding has been very modest. And he measures this as standard deviations, 0.3 to 0.84. Whereas the change in the EBI, or the dairy index, is far outweighs that at 2.7. So you can see a massive increase in genetic merit of the dairy herd, and marginal or small increases with all other sectors in the thing. And you can see the EBI actually increased over that period from -20, since introduced in 2001, -24 EBI units up to 151 for first lactation animal. The other area that's really important from a ruminant production point of view is our pasture and pasture utilization. And I'm showing it here is for the dairy herd, and it shows the changes in grass utilized per hectare, and that is the red line that shows you the increases. And you see that on average, and these are all, again, going back to Kevin's points, are average figures. Grass utilization on dairy farms increased from 6.7 to 8.2 tonnes per dry matter per hectare, or 1.7 tonnes extra dry matter being utilized per hectare on dairy farms today versus 1995, or a 22% increase in the adoption of grazing technology. The other one we just carried out is just look at the carbon footprint of that milk produced based on those outputs, and that has reduced from 1.29 to 0.95 carbon equivalents per fat and protein corrected milk. So you have a 25% reduction in the carbon footprint of Irish milk over that period. So I want to come to the conclusion then and just look at the different sectors and what do we draw from it, and what are the main outcomes from that. If we look at the dairy sector, access to the EU facilitated transformation, and Emma highlighted that in terms of both at farming, processing and market level. Milk production doubled in both periods immediately after the accession to the EU and the period at the abolition of milk quotas. Irish dairy now is the most profitable enterprise, and Kevin highlighted that, and currently the most competitive in Europe. The sector's competitiveness is based on the highly efficient, sustainable grass-based system, which capitalises on grass-based dairy genetics. Future challenges would include the requirement to reduce emissions and the environmental in terms of greenhouse gases and ammonia, improve water quality and biodiversity, and again, you go back to Emma's talk, attract the skilled workforce and maintain its competitiveness going forward. If you look at the beef sector then, the beef sector is a very important sector for the Irish agri-food sector. It's the second largest, and we often underestimate that, so it's a really important sector. In the past decade, the sector has grown from a frozen commodity, and we often business, into the fifth largest net exporter of high-quality beef into high-value markets. That's really important. At farm level, there is significant opportunity to increase productivity from the grass-based system. And the composition of the beef enterprise has changed significantly over the years. In response to policy changes, you look at that from the suckler cow numbers increase, and the structure of the dairy industry. I mean, when quotas came in, we got the big increase in dairy cow numbers, and dairy beef dominated that. Then when the quota system came in, the dairy cow numbers came down, then we had the big expansion of the suckler cow. Now we're seeing the opposite again. We're seeing the reduction in the suckler cow herd, and we're seeing the expansion in the dairy. And today, roughly, it represents that about 60% of our beef now is coming from the dairy herd and 40% from the suckler herd. Whereas back in 2000, or 2011 or 12, 60% was coming from suckler and 40% from dairy. So, if we look at then, I think there's really, and if we look at it, there's real opportunities at farm level to develop a profitable dairy calf beef system. And that is based on using high CBV bulls, that's commercial beef values coming through ICBF, and in conjunction with sex semen. And I think there's where the real opportunities in the beef sector are. The sheep sector, returns from the sheep sector compare favorably with other dry stocks. The increase in sheep numbers in the 90s was driven by headage payments and decreased in the 2000s due to decoupling. The lowland sector can achieve significant improvements in terms of yoke productivity and lamb carcass output. There is potential there to increase it. Returns from hill and mountain lamb production are insufficient to maintain farming income, but essential to maintain hill and mountain landscapes. And the future vision for the sheep sector is to increase its sustainability based on improved genetics and grazing management, reduced dependence on antibiotics, and the production of food that meets consumers' requirements going forward. If we look at the pig sector then, the pig sector has evolved from a farm enterprise that depended on the use of cheap byproducts coming from the dairy industry when the quotas came in, when we joined the EU, to today it's a standalone enterprise. Emma outlined the structure, and it's exactly the same as what there's about 280,000 pig farmers, 200,000 of those are breeding integrated farms, and 80 are. The supply and price of feed grains and soybean meal fluctuations widely over, and it has a very significant impact on the profitability. And there's where we saw the big rationalization, and again, we're back to and we saw the impact of that last year. The increase in productivity at the pig side has come from increased pigs produced per sow, 21.5 in 2000, 27. And the increase in slaughter weight. Future challenges in the pig sector is the continuing volatility in feed prices, EU regulations in terms of health and welfare and environment, plus the development of new market opportunities for pork. And finally, the tillage sector. Irish grain prices vary considerably from year to year with response to world markets, and that's a big effect at farm level. Irish wheat yields are the highest in the world. However, that has to be taken in the context that higher disease costs in Ireland and a narrow window for drilling and harvesting can be difficult. It is estimated that 50% of the increase in cereal yields that we have seen is associated with genetically superior varieties and 50% due to improved agronomy. The development of mechanization, again, Emma highlighted out, was fundamental in terms of the expansion or the operations of the cereal through improved labour efficiency, quality of work, scale, and timeless. The sugar beet industry was important up to 2006 when it was decided to exit the industry. This is partly now being replaced by oilseed rape and legumes. I suppose the challenges going forward for the tillage sector is to reduce its reliance on plant protection products. However, there are opportunities to increase the value added that's coming through the market, and we see oats and the brewing industry being important in that. So finally, my conclusions are, Ireland's membership of the EU in 1993 was the platform that transformed Irish farming from being a primary producer of raw material for the British processing industry to being an exporter of a diverse range of high-quality agri-food products all over the world. So I leave it at that, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Pat. Again, a huge amount of information there. And Pat, if you can make your way over here. And if the previous three speakers, Kevin, Emma, and Brendan, can also make their way. So look, we're running a few minutes behind, so we're not going to delay with the questions. I'm not going to ask any questions. So it's over to you to ask any questions that you might have. So please put up your hands and we'll bring a microphone to you. First question down there.
Jim Reedy, to bring a bit of levity back to this, Buntrody Tiger won the Galway Plate in 1974 and the races were immediately called off afterwards. Why? Because the course was flooded. The number of suckler cows from 1973 to 75 went down in a straight line, as Pat's graph showed there, like, you know. It was all due to weather. My next door neighbour at the time, he had 18 suckler cows. They all went off in one truck for the price of one bullock. It was either a case of keep the suckler cows or keep the younger stock, and he decided to keep the younger stock. The second point I wanted to make was that this is Kevin. The graph showing the real incomes without the subsidies showed that for all the cattle, sheep, and etc., the incomes for farmers went down from 73, right? I remember that. But they went up for the dairy sector. But in the dairy sector, we have to think that the price was inflated because it was held up by the quotas.
Could I ask you to just get to your question?
That's it. I'm asking him, what
Okay.
does he think about it?
Very good. Thank you for that.
I mean, the quota was brought in as an income support measure. I mean, it's now interpreted by some people as an environmental policy, but it wasn't. It was to support incomes without incurring enormous budgetary costs in terms of disposal of the product that Europeans didn't want to eat at the prices that they were being charged. So yes, the fact that those prices were supported through the 1990s, when we saw a reduction in intervention prices for beef compensated by direct payments, is true. But it's important to recall, when you think about the farm incomes earned on those different types of farms, that we saw enormous change in the number of dairy farms. Like, the number of dairy farms has, for want of a better word, is collapsed. You know, it's not, the industry doesn't think of it as a failure in some sense, that there are 16,000 dairy farmers today, whereas that when we joined the European Union, there were close to 60,000 specialised dairy farms. That farms are producing more than two-thirds of their standard gross margin was from milk production. So that's been a big change. The change on the cattle side hasn't been anything like the same. The number of specialised cattle farmers we have today is actually higher than it used to be, because the farmers that used to have mixed farm, or farmers that used to be dairy farmers, I know a number of them myself and my family, have transitioned out of dairying to being beef farmers. So it's important to think about the change in the size as well as the change, the level of price support they were getting. Dairy farmers, income support was provided by quota until quota was eliminated, whereas income support was not provided by market prices in the 1990s, which is where that graph was showing, but were provided by direct payments. And if we, in the imaginary world where we weren't supporting incomes, things would be like the story you described about your neighbour who got rid of his suckler cows because there was no forage for them because of bad weather. If there'd been no subsidies, the structural change we would have seen in Irish agriculture would have been much, much different to that we experienced. So it's, you've got to try to watch all these moving parts as we draw conclusions about the success or failure of a policy for one sector versus another. So I'm probably not answering you directly, Jim, but I think there is big differences in income, and those incomes reflect things other than as well as the level of market price support or income support that those different types of farmers received.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Any other questions, Jerry? And then
thanks,
Jerry
Frank.
first, yeah.
First thing I want to say is tremendous compliments to everyone for organising this day. It's obviously very important to mark the last 50 years. And I just have two questions that prompted two questions because I think two issues weren't raised, and I'd be interested in the comments of relevant members of the panel. The first one really relates, I mean, my abiding recollection of certainly the last 20, 25 years has been the critical importance of the development of the sector by the various 5-year strategies that were put in place, led by the department. And the significance of those strategies I think I only really appreciated when I got very positive comments on the structures we had in place from outside of the country. And I'd be interested particularly in, Brendan, in your view as to their contribution. I know it's difficult to assess, but I think it's important that it be noted that particularly in the post-quota period, that's one issue. And the second one really picks up on Pat's done a fantastic job here in recording the evolution of technology on the production side. But I do think it's also very important to understand, and I think in the record, I think it should be developed a little bit further, is what's been happening in the processing sector. I mean, extraordinary developments have taken place in processing, both in technological terms and perhaps also, very obviously, in institutional terms. I mean, Irish milk producers or milk processing companies have made their mark internationally. And again, it's fair to say Teagasc had a role, particularly in the technology side. So I'd be interested if there's any comments on that and how that might be reflected in the assessment of the last 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Jerry. I'm going to take Damien's question, and if anyone else had a question, we'll take one more, and then I'm going to go to the panel for each of them to kind of answer their relevant part of these questions. So Damien, and then we have a question over here at the top of the room.
Yeah, thank you very much, Frank. Damien O'Reilly of ICOS in Brussels, and well done for excellent presentations. We're celebrating 50 years in Brussels as well, along with the IFA, and I acknowledge the presence of Michael Tracy here, who would have spent many, many years in Brussels working on behalf of Irish farmers. But I think Michael will notice a big change if he goes back there now, and he is back quite a lot, and I've certainly noticed it in my first year there, and this is probably more a question maybe for the Commissioner earlier, but Brendan might have a view on it, and that is that I've noticed in my short time there that quite a lot of the policies which are coming down the road that are going to affect farmers and everything from farm gate to the kitchen plate is going to be determined outside of DG Agri. So there was a time we were just concerned with going to the Commissioner for Agriculture with our concerns and debating with them. Now it's spread across several DGs, health, climate and environment. And I just wonder maybe in the future as an entire sector when we're trying to put our points across in what we want in terms of future policy, be it CAP or otherwise, will it be the Minister for Health, the Minister for the Environment or the Minister for Climate Change that we'll actually be talking to before they head off to a Council of Ministers meeting rather than always just the Minister for Agriculture? It's just an observation. And I think it's something that the sector needs to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Damien. Okay, Kevin Toomey at the back, and then Tom O'Dwyer over here. And last man up will be Hugh down there. Okay.
Thanks, Chairman. Just a direct question really to Brendan, a bit following on. Can we develop a vision for commercial farming in all our sectors ourselves rather than taking what the policies come from Europe? Are we clear enough ourselves as a nation the direction we want Irish agriculture to go in and then fit into the EU policy? Because it seems to be coming the other way around, particularly with the last 5 or 6 years. And that's where I feel we're losing the battle. We're not clear, we don't have a vision, and hence we have a bit of confusion in our industry. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Tom?
Chairman, thank you. I was interested, especially in Pat Dillon's presentation. The point of reference seemed to be from when the quota was introduced. You made so many remarks about the change that took place, not just in dairying, but right across the whole area. And let's face it, one of the most striking things I found was that, looking at that, the stability in the scene over 50 years. 50 years is a long time. Okay? I went to the Commission in 1973. In 1976, I went to the International Dairy Federation in Montreal, and I gave a speech as to why a quota would never be introduced for milk in Europe. The Canadians had introduced it for 2 years before. I gave the following 2 days, and the people at the conference didn't know, I gave the following 2 days out looking at dairy farms and how the quota was being implemented. And I came back and discreetly I got a couple of people to
on what a quota might look like for Europe. And the gestation period of the quota was 7.5 years. There were 7.5 long years, Chairman. And we watched with putting the butter, buying the butter at an extraordinary price, and putting it in the stores and ships in Cork Harbour. And we waited until the butter matured a bit to give it away to Russia for nothing, because nobody else wanted to take it. We were given thousands of tons, and for good reason, to the World Food Programme. Now, in that process, there was no appreciation at all. You would think, in terms of Irish agriculture, that the Commission introduced the quota in order to stymie milk production. The Commission introduced the quota, Chairman, in order to protect the existence of Europe and the existence of the Common Agricultural Policy. 20% of the overall community budget going on milk, to do nothing but to keep farmers going. We wanted to keep the farmers going, but surely we could do it. And in spite of the fact that when we introduced the quota, not only did it make it possible to have a reasonable policy, and we were in a bind, and I'm sorry, I have to make this point, Chairman. The important thing was that we couldn't reduce the price of milk. We had studies done to show that you'd have to reduce the price of milk by 3% to reduce output by 1%. We weren't naive enough to propose a decrease in the price of milk. We couldn't avoid, not only could we not reduce the price of milk, we couldn't avoid an increase in the price of milk every year because of the changes in the currencies. If the Deutschmark was being revalued by 2 or 3%, we couldn't have a situation in Germany where the price of milk would increase in every other member state except Germany, could we? No. So we had to have an adjustment, and therefore we had to introduce the quota. And it didn't, contrary, Michael Berkshire is here, Michael Berkshire, it didn't destroy Irish agriculture, did it? It protected it, in fact. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. That's a very important perspective on milk quotas. So last question from the floor. Hugh.
Thanks to Kevin or Frank for a good informative day, and I suppose it's great to be a part of the celebration of the 50 years. And the speakers there gave a great delivery and everything. But I go back there, and I suppose maybe Brendan at the early stages, you talked in the early days maybe a cap on that, and there's a better base payment and stuff to keep the price of product and keep everything viable and keep going. In the industry, we've suffered at that. We are the promoters in every supermarket in the country and all over. And people's basing that as a real cost price, where then if it sees it at higher prices per kilo or litre, we are suffering then through the media and everything else. So I think we need to address that issue some way. We can't be done in the industry. They're selling a lot more products than just either horticulture, milk, dairy or pig or beef or sheep. Do you know what I mean? Like, so it's something I'd like to see it addressed. So maybe Brendan or someone can reply on that.
Okay.
Kevin, or...
This is your last question, so Hugh.
Oh, 2 more.
No, this is the last one. We're out of time.
I'll take them into one then.
Yeah.
No, on the chart that you showed of the input and output costs, it's very strange from the convergence in 2005. They've come apart, and we're 18 years further on, and we haven't tried to split that or see where that can be sorted. And that's something maybe needs that I'd like to see an answer on. Why have we let drift at that level that we have allowed? We had been supported. We lost our payments and the incomes come down.
Okay, thank you, Hugh. We're way over time, Hugh. No, look, you've got 2 questions in now. No, I'm going to have to cut you off, Hugh. Honestly, we're way over time, but thanks for that. So I'm going to ask each of the contributors to respond to what you think was directed at you.
It was all Brendan, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't. No.
I got an awful doing anyway.
Yeah.
I thought I was coming here to relax. So look, first of all, Jerry, the 5-year programs that we've had for quite a while now, they're 10-year programs, in fact, but we renew them every 5 years. And I'm surrounded by scientists here, so I'm reluctant to attribute cause and effect to anything, and anything I say about that will be regarded as self-serving, but I'll say it anyway. So listen, I think look, what those programmes do is they build momentum around the sector and they develop a profile for the sector that mightn't otherwise be there. And they get everybody around the table, sometimes people who don't agree with each other, and we agree a vision for the sector. And I think those things are critically important. And they build that kind of political support and public awareness of a sector that can be very dynamic, provided we drive it on. So I think it's really, really important. I mean, I don't attribute since I started working on these back in 2010, the value of exports has gone from 10 billion to 19.5 billion in the agri-food sector, which is extraordinary. Now, some of that's attributable to inflation, but nevertheless, I think part of it has been delivered by a sector that coheres around this vision. And the fact that we design our policies around that vision, I think, is critically important as well. So, cause and effect is something that, dissipates, but I think it's been very important.
When you're talking about vision, do you want to address Kevin's
vision
for our...
Well, you've exactly. So, Kevin, I suppose I don't agree with your analysis. So we have this exercise, and the sector was broadly represented in the context of this exercise. And if you read the document it produced, it does talk about improving competitiveness. But of course, it's the need to deal with the environmental issues is also called out loud and clear in it. So, I mean, I'll accept any criticism of the process. If maybe we should have tackled this potential for a reduction in for example, in nitrates. Maybe we should have tackled that front and centre in the exercise. Although it might at the time have kind of blocked momentum if we'd focused on the negative. So it was important to focus on those things. But Kevin, what I don't accept is that there isn't a vision for the sector, or that the people who need to be around the table to deliver that vision are around the table. Because, I mean, that's very much not the approach we've taken. I think we have an extraordinarily collaborative approach to policy formulation. It's not always possible to anticipate what's coming down the tracks from a European Union level. And you could become paralysed by that if you try to do it. So, listen, it's not perfect by any chance, by any means, but I think it's very important.
Damien's question on the importance of other DGs in Brussels as well as...
Yeah, so Damien, you're dead right. So the fact is that many of the policies that are now affecting agriculture are being delivered in other DGs, environment and santé, principally. And of course these issues are brought to the Agriculture Council, but they're being driven from other places. And if I might say, it just shows the importance. And Commissioner McGuinness has her own job to do, which is not an Ireland representative job. She's the Commissioner for Financial Services, that's her job. But it just shows how critically important it is to have an Irish Commissioner round the table, equal partners, and it's particularly advantageous, I think, to have somebody who understands agriculture in the way Mairead does. So it just shows how important that is. But from a departmental point of view, I think we've been really, really effective at engaging with DG Agri over the years. And we're in a new dispensation now, and we have to get better at engaging with those other parties. Because whenever we do, it's often in a kind of semi-adversarial context. And I think we have to build the kind of relationships now with those other DGs that we have traditionally had with DG Agri. And I would say, Damien, that you and Mick Tracy, who's here, and people like that, play a critically important role in that. So, the engagement at the EU level can't just be about the state. It's about representative organisations engaging with the Commission and making them understand that the policies that they advocate and propose have an impact on real people who are trying to run small businesses, and that's really that's a critically important perspective. And these people are human, just like us. That kind of engagement from people who are connected to the sectors is critically important. But you're dead right, Damien. It's a much more complicated policy world now than it was.
Emma, I'll let you in a second.
Yep.
Emma, Jerry asked about, or commented on the change in the industry, both beef and dairy, massive change. You touched a little bit on that. Do you want to expand a little bit on how the industry has developed into, global players?
Firstly, I'd just like to concur with what Brendan said. And as a researcher, we've seen in recent years this move towards multidisciplinary research and the CAP being increasingly influenced by policies outside of agriculture. So that's important to say. And also, many of the topics that the Commissioner spoke about the holistic nature of sustainability and people being at the centre, which is what Brendan said, is very much at the heart of what we're trying to do in terms of measuring sustainability performance. Yes, we've seen a transformative change in the dairy sector, and in some ways, as commodity producers, we're exposed to that global volatility that's there in terms of prices, and in some years that's good, in some years that's bad. But the growth of specialised nutrition powders and the growth of specialised products in recent years has really provided an opportunity for us in terms of global marketing and addressing the demand that is out there in Asia and China in particular.
I saw Niall Brown here earlier. I think the beef industry has transformed as a processing industry as well into a really high-tech industry that's now exporting high-value products, not sides of frozen beef. Kevin, I couldn't ask Brendan to be brief, but I can with my own colleagues. Pat and Kevin.
I think just to Jerry's question about the focus was very much on the farm story and from lots of our presentations. And that was made possible by the great work that the department does collecting information that goes to the CSO, that we collect information from the Teagasc National Farm Survey. If we didn't have that, we would have been talking in the dark. So that resource is critical and will be critical for the next 50 years. Our inability to tell a very detailed story about the structural change in the food industry is because we don't have a national food industry survey of equivalent detail. But it's very important, and I concur with you, Frank. There's been massive changes structurally in the food processing industry that we just didn't have very good information or data sets to tell that story with numbers, but it is a very important story to tell. And I joked with Mark Fenlon, the head of the food programme, wondering why he wasn't on the programme to tell the story of the food industry. Maybe there's the basis for another conference to talk about how that has changed, and it's changed fundamentally over the last 50 years.
The people that organised this one would dread to hear you say another one. But anyway, look, do you want to address Hugh's comment about the change in input-output ratios over time and the way they narrowed? And
if you ask an economist, fundamentally what drives the market price of the outputs are actually the costs of producing those outputs. So this is not a surprise to me that when you look at the way the price of agricultural output has changed over time, that it is collinear, co-integrated, if you want to get really jargonistic about it, with the price of the inputs. Last year we saw incredible prices for milk, incredible prices for tillage crops. It was, an uninformed person might say, Jesus, that's brilliant. They must be making money hand over fist. But the reason why those prices were so high was because the costs of production were so high, globally and in Ireland, in terms of the cost of fertiliser, the cost of feed that you needed to spend money on to produce that milk.
So you was probably thinking of beef and sheep and the narrowing of that.
Well, that's because beef and sheep compete with the pig industry. If you think about the dynamics of productivity change on the pig side, that price of meat that's competing with consumers' pound or euro is fundamentally being pulled back. There's substitutes in the protein basket for beef and lamb, that pig and poultry product, that aren't as readily available on the fat and dairy protein side, even though there are certainly points in the past when milk fat prices went through the roof. Food processors said, okay, we'll start to use vegetable fat to make that chalk ice rather than dairy fat. So, but it's about the alternative, the presence of substitutes that are more readily substitutable on the meat protein side as compared to the dairy protein side. That tells at least part of the story of why the closeness of the evolution of an index for meat and sheep prices looks a little bit different than that on the dairy side.
I'm going to give the last comment to Pat, and in particular, maybe Pat, you want to address the perspective around milk quotas, that they were a necessary policy at the time to protect farmer incomes and to protect the EU budget.
Okay, just to comment on Tom's point, 100% right. We had to get quotas in '84 because we were totally overproduction, but we were late to the game too. The Dutch and the Danes had built up such much milk before we got into the game that we were out of the game. We gained, but we were. The other, just to comment on a vision, and I think it's really important, and I go back to the food vision, the Food Harvest 2020, three steps back, geared about dairy expansion, focused on what was delivered or delivered. We talk about the processing industry, we talk about all the money that went into the processing industry, we talk about the processing industry today wouldn't be near as efficient today without the expansion in quotas or the expansion in milk production. All the new facilities, massive money gone in, and that it gives you a competitive advantage. And I agree, the processing industry is really important. If you think of where we are today and you get these developments and then you get consolidation, and it was talked this morning consolidation, and there is opportunities to gain by consolidation as well. And I think the big consolidation, if I was talking about where we could gain massively by consolidation, is the integration of the beef and the dairy industry. It's a no-brainer. We could gain both. We could, in terms of environmental sustainability, to be even better. So we need a plan. It's really important to have a plan, to have a vision where we're going forward. There was another comment I wanted to make. I've forgotten anyhow. So,
okay. Look, I think we've made enough. I'm going to draw this session to a close. You might show your appreciation for the 4 speakers. Now, the good news is there's still a lot of good stuff to come. Okay. The bad news is your lunch is going to be probably 15 minutes later than scheduled. I'm even dreading to look at my watch to see can we keep it to 15 minutes. So look, Brendan, I think it was mentioned earlier about the role of training and education being written into the articles of the Treaty of Rome, and we're going to touch on those 2 aspects now. Our first presentation is from Anne-Marie Butler, and Anne-Marie is the head of education in Teagasc, and she's going to talk on generational renewal, which has been mentioned here this morning, and the important role played by agricultural education, with some very interesting insights from past students. Over to you, Anne-Marie. Can you get a microphone to Michael, please? This will be worth hearing. Sorry, Anne-Marie.
No bother. Anne-Marie, as usual, Anne-Marie, I'm flying the army. As one of the elders, and as we've reflected over the 50 years, there is somebody amongst us, and he is Tom O'Dwyer, and fellow Tipperary man. It might seem a little bit mutual scratching that he name-checked me there, but as somebody that was, around the table many of those years, and nobody, I suppose, in this room certainly has had the impact on European agriculture, international agriculture, because remember, Tom crafted Blair House with McSharry. We didn't like it much, Tom, but it did allow the CAP again to continue for another 20 years. So I'd just like, on behalf of all of us here, he's an ex-Teagasc, an ex-ACOT, an ex-AFT, I should say, economist, and Tom's had profound impact across European agriculture, because he alluded very briefly to German, Deutschmark budgets and all that. He was in the middle of all that in terms of the economic sustainability of the Common Agriculture Policy, and particularly as Director of Livestock Products, where at one stage, Tom, on a Friday evening in Brussels, he was the largest purchaser of Irish beef and Irish butter and Irish skim milk powder for that week. And it was many evenings late on a Friday night in Brussels, and the price that Tom determined set the price for farmers for the next month, and I think for 3 or 4 years at that crucial time when overproduction was the bane of the whole sustainability of European agriculture and European farming income, and particularly Irish farmers and Irish farmers' income, where we were very, very vulnerable and exposed. So I just thought, as somebody who was around that period, the old hurler on the ditch, I don't like fellas coming back in with, but I think Tom was somebody that I had, a wonderful relationship with. But he was always a European, of course, but he was never forgot the green jersey. So, Tom, I think it would be useful I should say that.
I'm sure little did the young boy growing up in Donaskeen in Tipperary know the impact that he would have over the following years on Europe and Irish policy. Anne-Marie, now we'll let you rev up and get the car in gear and get going there. So over to you.
No bother. Gur míle mágat, agus is mór an honour dom cur láthar a dhéanamh verdicus talavíochta. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honour as Head of Education to have the opportunity to reflect on 50 years of EU membership and the importance of the EU in terms of agricultural education. While we're talking about the present and the future, and obviously the last 50 years, I think it's imperative we look back even further to a gentleman who needs no introduction in this room, Sir Horace Plunkett. And back in 1901, when he was Vice President of the Department of Agriculture and Technical Instruction, he wrote a memorandum which, I suppose, paved the way for agricultural education for many decades to come. Obviously, as Head of Education, I'm very biased, but I firmly believe in what he said. Thoroughly sound and modern systems of agricultural education must precede any considerable or rapid progress towards a high rate of efficiency in our chief industry. So very much setting the stall from the front of how important agricultural education was. So as I move to my presentation today, I'd ask you just to reflect on what's always been the same over 50 years of EU membership, back even further and into the future. It's the power of the learner sitting at the centre of what we do. Agricultural education is about empowering capacity, it's about empowering knowledge transfer, it's bringing skills back to farms, whether it's the home farm or the farms that we've heard from Emma, where so much non-farm labour is involved. From a Teagasc perspective, we're very fortunate. We have a considerable reach from our 4 Teagasc colleges in the Botanic Gardens, Ballyhaise, Clonakilty and Kildalton, and the very strong working relationship we have with 3 private colleges, Montbellew, Gortine and Salesian College in Limerick. We also have a very strong part-time and distance to our regional education offering, and we'll reflect on that across the presentation this morning. But we look back maybe to some pictures from Ballyhaise in late 60s, early 70s. I suppose a very different social environment, and we've heard a lot about it this morning, but really what remains the same is the power of the learner at the centre. We take great pride in the practical demonstration across our colleges and across our regions. 50% classroom, 50% demonstration. And I suppose as I visit any of the colleges, there's lots of days students will tell me they don't exactly love being in the class in the morning, but let them out. If it's agriculture in the fields, if it's horticulture, if it's equine or if it's forestry, that's where they come to their own. You'll see there's a lot of males in the photos. Back in the 1940s, before EU membership, kind of amazing to believe, but females were not permitted in the colleges. So I'm obviously very biased, but to have a female head of education I think is a good movement since the 1940s. But right now we're looking at about 25% female participation across our colleges. Again, Clonakilty and Ballyhaise, very different times. You know, I was looking back at the records of the advice that was given to students coming into the colleges in the 70s and 80s. Recommended weekly allowance spending money of £2 a week. Was recommended. You were allowed to bring a tape recorder or a radio. You were not permitted maybe to suggest new additions to the canteen menu. You know, cars, many teachers did not have cars. Teachers were living in the colleges and looking after the students. Students certainly didn't have cars. And looking at the Kildalton record, the phone number was Piltown 5. So very different times. But what opportunities came from EU membership for agricultural education? And look, we've heard a lot of detail this morning, but it gave a considerable stimulus to agricultural education. It gave a new confidence in farming and food production, new ideas and new practices in agriculture, equine, horticulture and forestry. It represented for the first time a very significant investment in science and an investment in people. And it was very much recognised the power of education, bringing education to the regions. Thanks to EU funds and thanks to the Department of Agriculture, a network of local training centres were built right across the country for both advisory and education and for the active demonstration of skills and knowledge transfer. And as we know, and if we continue to learn from our peers across Europe, the European Parliament continues to stress the importance of education and training for farmers to foster their ability at an ever-evolving sector. But rather than me reflect on what education was like back in those times, it's very timely we met with a former student, Claire O'Keefe, and she'll share her insights from her time in Kildalton.
I'm Claire O'Keefe and we're in North Cork, and this is my home farm, and I own the field we're standing on, and the cattle behind me I'm contract rearing at this stage. These are the younger stock, and I have the older stock which are heavily in calf, and they will be returning to their original home around Christmas time. But the beginning of my farming career was slightly different. I was in a boarding school for all of my second level education, and I went from that boarding school to Kildalton, 1979-1980. And it really was a wonderful, wonderful year. I suppose I'm so grateful that somebody trusted that I was worthy of going to college, going to Kildalton, that I was worth investing in for that 1 year. It took a long time, but to graduate in 2020 with a master's in UCD, that was the seed that was planted, that made me believe that someday I might go further than my cert from Kildalton. It really was an investment that I so much appreciated, that I was given a seat in that classroom. And I know exactly where I sat. I was in the second row in from the window. You know, it was my seat, and I really appreciated that year because it is the beginning, it's the first step on a journey. Ireland had just joined the EEC, so there were all sorts of opportunities available in the late 70s, early 80s. Various schemes were being offered to farmers, but I knew from early on that the more I could understand and the better of an education I could get, it would stand to me. I didn't know where it was going to lead to, but any opportunity that arose, I took it. I continued after Kildalton, and what we now call the Green Cert came in, and I applied to do that while it wasn't compulsory. But at the very first graduation, there was only 2 girls, another girl and I think that might have been 1985 that we were given our first certs. Some subjects were much more challenging than others, particularly machinery, but I still value having what I learned then. You know, even over the years I bought a JCB, which I use for giving silage, and even understanding filters, the oil changing. What I studied years ago, it actually has stood to me over time. Remember the line, the question was, the student who made the greatest contribution to the life and work in the college with your fellow students during the past year. Now academically, there's no way that I would have been awarded anything, but I just felt the lads were great to me and I did my best to help them out wherever I could. It was a real privilege to be selected that, because there were 13 finalists All-Ireland in all of Ireland. It was a real privilege. Yeah, I was visiting Kildalton. I had been asked to come down to speak to some students, and when I was in Kildalton, the front stairs was out of bounds. I'd never actually gone up that beautiful front stairs, and now it's open. And I asked, can I walk across this beautiful carpeted stairway? And there was a cabinet, and the trophy was in the cabinet. And I asked, would they mind if I looked at it? And my name was on it. And I was given the trophy. It was really beautiful. I suppose as we evolved with our studies, we come home with new ideas. And one moment of transition was when I won the John Deere Award that evening. Well, it was the following weekend when I came home. My father was coming out of the milking parlour. And as I walked up the yard, I put out my hand. I thought he might like to shake my hand. And he put out his arms and he hugged me. And I felt it was a very personal moment, but in some way he was telling me he was proud of me. And it meant a lot. And I felt I was accepted. I felt I was accepted back home and welcomed. I would really have to recommend considering studying with Teagasc. Let it be the first step, and then you can make the second step.
And I think some of the comments from Claire really resonate across 50 years of EU membership and 50 years of agricultural education, that it sets the seed for many who progress, and also the stepping stones and the confidence that it gives. And even today in 2023, if you visit any of our colleges and regional centres, it's the confidence that people take from it. So Claire mentioned the Teagasc Certificate in Farming in 1982, and as you look back over 50 years of membership, this is seen as a very pivotal moment in the area of agricultural education. And with the establishment of ACOT in 1980, Dr. Tom Walsh established an expert group to recommend on education. And it was also at a time, obviously, where there was increased funds in the country. There was EU investment funds, there was social funds and structural funds. And a 3-year training programme was developed that led to a certificate in farming, and Claire mentioned it in her video, and this would have been the first that we would know of the trained farmer status, or the Green Cert terminology. And students had 2 options. It was 1 year full-time in a college, 2 years in the local region, or 3 years in the local regional office. It was a significant investment. It was the first time that 60 agricultural teachers were positioned across the country to bring education to the communities. And it rapidly was recognised as the standard educational qualification for entry to farming, and enjoyed very strong growth across a 10-year period. Interestingly, it was also recognised by the financial institutions and the banking institutions as a very important recognition when seeking to access funds. So at this point, we're going to introduce you to two more past students, a father who completed the Teagasc Certificate in Farming and his daughter who's currently studying with Teagasc.
My name is Liam Doherty, and this is Ellen, my daughter, who's farming with me, and she's doing in Kildalton at the moment. The farm is 70 acres, it's dairy and beef farm. I rent another 100 acres. The farm is in the family with 150 years, since the mid-1800s. Ellen is the girl that's going to be taking over, so she tells me anyhow.
Well, I had been following Dad's footsteps there for however many years when I was small, and then Leaving Cert came around and there was kind of a couple of different options, and we had the opportunity to go to the Kildalton Open Day, and I went and I liked what I saw. It was there in front of me, and it's local, but it's a great college as well, and it is a brilliant course too. But we learned like loads of new skills, and you improve your skills that you might have started out at home at, but you kind of hone in on them and they get up to standard when you're in Kildalton.
I graduated in September '87. I done my 3 months course up in Paulstown in Roaches with Pat and Tom. I had a good time, I learned a lot. They were dairy, beef and pigs.
Yeah, so I was one of 4 students selected to represent Ireland on the Agro Challenges in Slovakia. There was 2 students from Garteen and 2 students from Kildalton. And we met up twice before we went over, and then when we went over we weren't sure what we were facing into, but it was 2 days of challenges, and the challenges were like all timed, and we had a great team, and we put our all into it, and we had great mentors with us as well. And it was absolutely brilliant. We did well in the competitions, we got a few medals, but we made great friends and just had a ball.
Things have changed a lot. More paperwork, more technology coming into it, and Ellen is up to speed on that, and she's taking it all in very well, and Kildalton is doing a very good job for her, and she's moving on the whole time. She's in the regional college now again, so she's going to go on and do another 3 years. I see Ellen has come back from college with new ideas. There's a debate every evening or once a week anyhow, pasture base, grass measurement, dosing programs, milk recording. So she's happy, and I'm happy with her to go ahead with it, and she's making progress.
Oh, I definitely recommend students to study with Teagasc. I went to Slovakia out of it. I made great contacts through my placements. I did placements on 3 different farms. There's the opportunity to travel abroad. A couple of my friends, they went to New Zealand on placement, and they really enjoyed it out there. There's loads of opportunities. You just kind of have to put your foot out there and start into the opportunities, and then the rest of them just keep on coming. So the ultimate goal anyway is to be farming here, probably go into partnership and do a few years together, and then after that see what happens, and I'm sure I'll end up here in the end.
So another milestone in the history of agricultural education and EU membership was the formation of the Farm Apprenticeship Board. And certainly over my years, and a husband who took part in the Farm Apprenticeship Board, I've great respect for it in terms of what its achievements were for the sector, and for those who were learners on it and those who were master farmers. And it ran from 1964 to 2002, a number of key influential people who established and maintained, but the strength of what it offered to Irish agriculture and the strength of what it delivered in terms of farmers of the future and those who supported them on their journey. Back in 2014, Hinu and O'Donoghue just examined the economic returns to formal agricultural education, looking at National Farm Survey data from 2000 to 2011. And I suppose the returns were very positive in a whole number of areas. But the percentage of farmers with a formal agricultural education increased from 24% to 44%. Family farm income was highest in households where the farmer held an agricultural qualification. And farmers with formal agricultural education tended to have larger farms. And the analysis looked at returns, and the returns were very positive for both the farmer, the family, and society in general, and for the rural economy and the multiplier effect, and very positive returns right across. And I suppose if we look to the data from across Europe, we should be very proud of the level of agricultural education that we have in Ireland compared to some of our European counterparts in terms of the significance and the relevance of education, and those that, I suppose, complete the journey. In terms of looking forward, which is very important, agricultural education is in a very strong place. No doubt we have our challenges, but I think if you visit any college on any particular day or any of our regions, you get a great sense of the vibrancy and the confidence that is there, and a genuine interest that our teachers, our leaders, and our students have. This just gives a bit of a flavour of some of the bits and pieces that are happening. In the last year or so, and with the, obviously, departure that we can get back on planes, we've really strengthened our links with European counterparts. On the left, as you look up, is a visiting party from Norway, 24 teachers who spent a week with us in Ireland, visiting farms, visiting colleges, and job shadowing. And hopefully we will return to Norway. But it's all looking at agricultural education, you know, pedagogy, how we teach, how we interact with our learners. In the centre, John Kelly in Ballyhaise, who's here with us today, hosted a Spanish teacher who spent the week working with John and attending meetings, attending classes, attending events, at all times, that, I suppose, symbiosis. Ellen mentioned the trip to Slovakia. We have strengthened our links with Europea, a European organisation of colleges across Europe. So for the first time, we sent a team to Slovakia to compete in 18 agricultural skills across 2 days. We went out hoping we'd all just survive, and then we got very competitive when we heard there was medals and prizes. But a great interaction, and great for students to learn and see other countries. And in the bottom corner, with sincere thanks to the Department of Agriculture, Food and Marine, we took ownership very proudly of 18 agricultural simulators and 3 equine simulators last year. These are operating across the country and across the colleges with tremendous feedback. Even just recently, a group from the forestry simulator in Ballyhaise told me when they visited Finland, they were offered to get up on a machine worth €500,000, and when they got up, they realised it was the exact same controls as the simulator in Ballyhaise. So very powerful learnings. Obviously, climate is of critical importance that we bring that into our classrooms. We recently appointed a new climate specialist with the objective of updating and making sure that our curriculum is at all times relevant. As you know, our learners learn best when they're out doing, and it's always about that active demonstration, that active engagement, and bringing the messages home. Each of our college farms is a Teagasc signpost farm, and we continue to work with our colleagues in research and advisory to ensure that our curriculum is at all times up to speed. Our most recent initiative, and one that everybody is very excited about and duly proud, is the launch of our land-based apprenticeships. The Farm Apprenticeship Board, as I said, back in the 60s and up to the early noughties, but this is the first time that Teagasc is involved in land-based apprenticeships, and thanks to our work with the Department of Agriculture and Minister Harris' department in Solis, we are launching 4 new apprenticeships with another to launch, so sports, turf, horticulture, 2 in agriculture. The picture here was taken last week here in Ashtown, where our first apprentices joined us. John Mulhern, who's the principal here in the Botanic Gardens, has led the development of this horticulture launch in the last couple of weeks, and 10 new apprentices. And I suppose it was very powerful to meet them because it reminded me of exactly what we do and why we do it. Great enthusiasm from right across the country, all taking their apprenticeship in landscaping. So a very exciting initiative, and one that we very much look forward to as we launch the others over the coming weeks. The famous quote, "A beautiful thing about learning is nobody can take it away from you." I think that sits at the centre of agricultural education in Ireland, Teagasc education, and all that has been achieved over 50 years, from ACOT to Teagasc to where we are today. People will talk about the challenge of incomes, the challenge of sectors, but I'd invite anybody to come to any of our colleges or classes. There's a vibrancy there, there's a youth, and there's an enthusiasm. And certainly we're here to support that and to nurture it along the way. But very briefly, we're going to give you a flavour of what it's like to be in an agricultural college in 2023. So Declan's just going to play a small piece from Mount Bellew.
great stuff going on there, Anne-Marie, and look, a huge, I suppose, impact of agricultural education over the years on the Irish agriculture industry, and I think the stats have gone from 24 to 44% of people with an formal agricultural education between 2000 and 2011 is stark, and we probably need to see what that is today. But you mentioned how we compare with the EU. How do we compare with the EU?
Yes, we compare really well. Like when you look across the EU, the average rate of formal agricultural education is just less than 9%. So we're significantly, we're up at 80-90% in terms of when you look at students that are coming in that are going home to farm and looking at payments and applications. So, we do find that many students come to us, they're not going home to farm in the first instance, but they know how important that education is, and that when the time will come, if they are farming or if it's apprenticeships or if it's going into farm management, that this really is essential from obviously an educational career development part, but also just empowering themselves for the future.
Okay, listen, thank you very much, Anne-Marie. We're going to have to leave it there in the interest of time, but could you show your appreciation for Anne-Marie? So now I'd like to move on to our last formal presentation, and this is from Sandra Hayes. And I suppose, look, Ireland is the envy of many European countries for having maintained a strong public advisory service. And Sandra, she's an advisor in Kilkenny, and she's going to outline the significant role of the advisory service on the development of agriculture over the last 50 years from her perspective and from the perspective of some of her farmer clients. Over to you, Sandra.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Frank. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Frank for this opportunity that I get to represent my colleagues. There's about 270 of us in the Teagasc Advisory Service. And this is an opportunity to kind of highlight what we've done and to thank my colleagues as well, because they needed to contribute quite a bit to help me on this presentation. So thank you very much to every one of them. For starters, we're just going to see a short video now of a farmer and his family, and I suppose their experience of Teagasc down through the last years.
We are celebrating the 50 years of agriculture in the EU, and I'm on my way today to talk to the Bowden family here just outside of Urlingford, and they have been clients of Teagasc for over the last 40 years. And I'm here to chat to them today about the Teagasc Advisory Service. I'd like to thank you very much today for participating, and want to kick off with Dennis. Right, Dennis, what's your earliest memory of Teagasc in your farming life?
Well, Sandra, I suppose my earliest memory would be it was ACOT back before Teagasc, and when I finished school in about 1977 or 78, I went to a 100-hour course in Kells Road in Kilkenny. A group of us from around the area, we used to get a minibus down at the Valley Inn and go in.
And if we look at transition now from, as you call that transition, we transitioned to Paul when you came in on the advisory service. What's your earliest memory, Paul, coming into the family farm business and where Teagasc has a place for you in it?
Well, I suppose my earliest memory of the advisory services is when, with Dad being involved in a discussion group for a long time, that if it was on during the summer and we're hosting it here, happened by chance, I'd be out and about with them, trotting along behind the group, and just hearing different bits and pieces and taking in bits and pieces and just seeing what's going on.
What I deem here, Eileen, there's a lot of discussion then from the input Teagasc has had through the years. Where have you seen that playing a role in the family farm?
I suppose my first experience of Teagasc was maybe Richard O'Brien coming in here for a soup or whatever at lunchtime, and the conversation would start up maybe trying to convince Dennis to get rid of, at that stage we had a lot of enterprises, and maybe just to maybe just leave go one or two, and then when he was gone we discuss it, and you know, Richard would be very encouraging, and it took a lot of encouragement, but eventually we got round to it and it evolved.
Okay.
So that's where, the discussion, he started a discussion and we continued it here at home. So it was very positive.
I suppose that's what I always liked about Teagasc, was felt you always got independent advice. You know, it wasn't someone trying to sell you nuts or sell you fertiliser, or someone that you always got independent advice. And if you had a problem, there was never any problem ringing up and whoever was your advisor at the time, and you got advice then about what grants you were entitled to.
And going forward then for you, Paul, Teagasc will continue to play a part in the business, in the family farm business going forward. Like, is there?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Look, I'm involved in 2 discussion groups now. The local one here at home with Dad, North West Kilkenny, and then also the K18 discussion group, which we brought together there after finishing college. So look, we're scattered around everywhere along the southeast and a bit more further south as well. And I know that if I have an issue or a problem, and if I want a lot of voices, a lot of opinions on it, I can throw that into the WhatsApp group of both of those discussion groups there. I know one group will give me the voice of experience, and the other group then might be the voice of maybe enthusiasm and things like that.
I think the discussion group has changed.
How you have farmed here?
I would have, definitely, give me more confidence even at your stocking rate and things like that. This is what, measure grass and measure money, you know,
Very good.
And you won't go too far wrong.
Good. One standout thing that the advisory service has done for this family farm. I'll start with you, Paul.
I suppose, look, fair enough, there's discussion groups and all that, but even besides that, the skills that we're being equipped with, there are plenty of focus days in terms of drying off and in terms of breeding or hoof care and certain things like that that are definitely put in front of us, and definitely given the skills, certain groups will be set up to educators in terms of grass management and all that. I can remember Richard O'Brien was here, the first documented grass walk was done here in 2010. And that was on an A4 sheet of paper and simple band method back then. Now it's just, when I walk out, it's on to pasture base and you have your wage at the end of it.
And for you, Dennis?
I suppose the one thing is, you see, when it started, you have to stay moving with the times a little, you know, and Teagasc has done that. And even the buildings that we built back in the late 70s, early 80s, some of them are still there and some of them have given way to newer buildings, because everything evolves, you know, everything changes, and you have to keep moving a little bit with the times. And I think Teagasc have done that, you know, because we were following Teagasc and they had to work with us with the quota for a certain length of time, you know, for as long as it was there. But as someone said, a small farm is the whole time getting bigger, so we have to grow a little now. We all have to do a bit more now to make it viable. And
Teagasc has been with you on that journey.
Teagasc has been with us, yeah. I think they're always there. I mentioned it earlier. I think they're independent advice, you know, and
that's
they
important to you.
They do the research. They have the research, or well, particularly in the dairy. And look, we have Moore Park down there. I'd say the
state-of-the-art facility.
State-of-the-art facilities, and still growing. And it's, you know, that's advice. And things will evolve, I suppose, over the next 40 years for Paul, and they'll have to move again with him. It's all the environment now. It was quota and it was other things, and Area 8 came in. It was a huge thing at the time, trying to get that now, and plus it's all gone digital now. That has been a huge game changer towards getting all the paper and all that. But look,
very good.
Teagasc, they have moved along, and we've moved a little bit with them, I suppose.
Very good.
Yeah.
Eileen, I'll give the last word to yourself. How do you have seen it for this family?
I suppose I echo what the lads have said, but I think it's just the ongoing support has been, you know, so important to the lads and has given them confidence in what they're doing. And if they've any issues, they can go back to Teagasc for advice. And I think, you know, that's the bottom line.
It's so important.
It's so important. Okay. It has given them confidence in what they're doing. And that's great.
Thank you very much.
suppose you can see now why I like my job, getting to work with clients and people like the Bowden family. I suppose the earliest memory that I have of Teagasc is when I was a student on work experience from UCD. In the spring of 1996, I was out on 9 months work experience and I was down in County Cork, and there was a big campaign about the Protein 350. And I was at a farm walk and then led on to the host farmer brought me to a discussion group, and the Teagasc advisor at that meeting was explaining to the farmers how improved grassland management and improved breeding was going to help them improve their milk protein and improve their milk solids, and therefore improve their finances. So that was my first exposure. So moving on to the 70s, sure, as you can see, I wasn't in the advisory back then, I was only born, so I'm relying on my colleagues for help on this. But this was a stage where I suppose the advisor in Teagasc was deemed as an instructor rather than a facilitator or advisor. And that was the phase of development that we were in. And I suppose the farmers in the 70s, it was all about removing farm debt as much as possible, trying to drive up performance. And I suppose there was a legacy of financial crisis there, and there was restrictions then on taking out further loans. And then the onset then with the department driving the farm modernisation scheme in 1974, I suppose was a key changer in the 70s. Then in the 80s, I suppose the big change there was, I suppose there were further difficult times for the farmers. There was, financial struggles. Farmers were in what we would call survival mode with high interest rates. The imposition, as we've discussed earlier on this morning, of quotas in 1984, they were all curtailing expansion. And I suppose that Teagasc advisors at that stage had to work within these restrictions with farmers. And as we can see, I was talking to colleagues, farmers or advisors were able to get ordnance survey maps back then and work with those in working out farm layouts and roadways and things like that, and paddock systems. I suppose I have the luxury of downloading an app and being able to use that now. So they were very skilled advisors at that stage. And I suppose back another area with the farm buildings, there was a lot of setups like the one there in the photograph, where there was very little slurry storage, was mainly dung steads in those days. So there was a lot of farm improvements in the 80s on the infrastructure. I suppose we move on to the 90s, where we were in the era of the quotas, but there was big changes within Teagasc and Teagasc advisory at that stage, and I suppose it's when the advisor changed from being instructor to the facilitator. And we had the onset of a lot of early discussion groups. For some we have still, they're in existence today. And some of my colleagues got the chance at that stage, I suppose, to travel abroad, and particularly New Zealand, where they got to bring back technologies in grass measuring, which have transformed the advisory service that we have today. Then also in the 90s, we also had different Department of Agriculture schemes like Area Aid and REPS. And the Area Aid, of my recollection, is farmers bringing in huge big rolls of ordnance survey maps, and we declaring all the land that they farmed on this. It was a huge paper exercise that we had. We also had schemes like extensification, slaughter premium and arable aid. And I suppose from those 4 schemes that I remember working with, we've now progressed in 2023 to where a farmer had the opportunity of up to over 20 different schemes this particular year to be able to avail of. I suppose the main key thing that I remember of this era is we all, both farmers and advisors alike, we all came to the era where we were farming to different deadlines, whether it was by paper and then we moved on by computer deadlines. In September 2001, that was when I joined Teagasc, and I came in originally as a REPS advisor. So I was under the highly funded EU REP scheme that was worked through the Department of Agriculture. This time gave an opportunity for Teagasc to take on over 100 advisors, and I suppose it changed the age dynamic of the organisation at the time. We had a decade then to work in the advisory office with our colleagues that were working in dairy and beef, and we were doing the scheme work. But we got to learn about the advisory dynamic. And that REPS contributed towards a change in farm incomes at the time. It was one of a scheme that had very, very high rewards for farmers. And the role of the advisor was pivotal in this. And I suppose it's that time as well, we got to, integrate. We were doing predominantly scheme work, but we got the chance to slowly integrate into a different advisory setup. In 2011, I moved region and I moved into the technical advisory. And what I found from this was a constant farmer to advisor relationship that was evolving all the time. You were being part in decisions that were being, made on farm, about whether infrastructural changes, buying land, doing up 5-year business plans. You were building up an extremely trusting relationship with your farmers, and you were trying to maximise the farm incomes. I built up some great relationships with farmer clients. You got to know every member of the family, from the babies to the grandparents. And the relationship meant that these farmers then became involved in farm events that I was hosting, which you can see in the pictures here on the slide. One of the great things about the technical advisory that I've learned down through the years is the in-service training that Teagasc provides us to build up on them skills that we need for business planning or farmyard layout, completing the Department of Agriculture TAMS application grants, and also building in as well planning and succession and inheritance. Because you have to remember the skill level and the education, as outlined by Anne-Marie in her previous presentation, is that the farmer that we're dealing with now is a much more highly educated person. So we need to receive constant training into what the farmer needs and what the farmer wants. We also use technology more, from the days of having your ordinary computer to laptops to now I use a tablet, the mobile phones, the WhatsApps, emails, seminars, and Zoom brought in during COVID times. We're constantly using these means of communication to get the information that the farmer wants and needs. I suppose one of the great things is dealing, as a Teagasc facilitator or advisor, is dealing with the discussion groups. And from the slides here, I suppose one of the most memorable discussion group meeting I ever had was that middle picture there, where we're looking into a hole. We had Dr. Rachel Kramer from Teagasc Research, when she was present there, to come out and do soil profile. And to this day, when I go back and chat to those farmers, they'll still remember the day fondly that it was lashing rain and we were looking into a hole and looking how soils actually worked. And them sort of things leave memories both in my minds and in the farmers as well. We also were involved in different courses, like that one there with the Hoofcare course. We'd listen to the needs of the discussion groups, and whatever the farmer wanted, we'd try and organise. And I suppose the reason why I put the SECRA down there is it's an EU cert for EU consultants, and I achieved that standard this year due to a programme which is to create a standard within advisory services across Europe. And for me, it has improved my advisory and extension techniques. The changes in technology that we have, I suppose we have now the ICBF, so instead of doing extensification by going through the full of the herd book, by the click of a button, I have a full list of livestock numbers for any farmer. We have our nutrient management planning programme, which we use for fertiliser plants and for irrigation. We have our profit monitor system, which some farmers have 20 years data built up on that of their financials. We also have as our pasture base for grass measuring. We've our ration reckoner for building up different rations for farmers. And the latest one we have there is the AgNav programme, which is built in conjunction with Teagasc Board, BIA and the ICBF, which will give farmers access via the Signpost programme to their climate action figures on their farm and how they can actually go and improve them. I suppose I want to acknowledge the opportunities that being a Teagasc advisor in Teagasc has afforded me. I've got the opportunity in 2014 to travel to New Zealand to learn what was going on there, and in 2018 I was very privileged to do the Virginia Tech Exchange. The advisor from America came over and literally lived and worked with me for 2.5 weeks, and I did the same back in America. And you always find out that the grass is not always greener over the hill when you do these things. And I also got the chance to meet our own president and royalty last year on the farm of Shane Fitzgerald. I suppose now my current role involves working on a one-to-one basis with 10 farmers, and it's my job to communicate the work that they do on a daily basis out to the bigger client network, plus as well, it's, as I say, it's a joint programme with Teagasc and Tirlan, so to those 5,500 Tirlan suppliers, the information for the programme is my job to communicate via fortnightly data inputs, videos, social media, and by farm walks and seminars. I suppose I was asked then, where do I see the future? Well, I hope my future is in the Teagasc advisory, but I see the integral parts of the research in Moore Park, the new climate action programmes via Signpost. I suppose, looking further into the research like nitrogen management strategies and our grass-based systems. I see the role of communication even bigger, and I suppose I'm a big advocate of using social media in a positive way to get that message across that farmers are actually doing a good job. And even ever more, the transfer in the family farm is going to be huge. So the final remark I'd say, the future is Teagasc together, and without my counterparts in education and research, I wouldn't be where I am in advisory, or my colleagues would be either. So we want to make sustainability front and centre of all our Teagasc activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sandra. And again, really powerful video there and a really great insight from yourself. And look, it struck me, you outlined the trusted role of the Teagasc advisor and the important role that Teagasc plays. But we also work with and we work alongside many others that advise or give information to farmers. Do you want to comment a little bit on the role maybe of private consultants and technical advisors in the industry?
Yes, Frank, I suppose that's one of the luxuries that farmers actually have in Ireland. They've got choice, so they have Teagasc advisory, but they also have a great system of private advisors as well. And I've worked with a lot of them down through the years, and particularly a lot of them, their ideas and what they work at are extremely aligned to what we do in Teagasc. And how I know that is because we've been together on a system through Teagasc, the Connect Ed, where the private advisors and Teagasc come together and learn together and then disseminate that information together. And I suppose the greatest example I have of that is recently we had a great event on the 20th of August. AgriAware held a big open farm event out on one of the farms I look after, Shane Fitzgerald. And there was too many organisations and bodies to mention, but we all worked together to have a great day where over 1,200 farmers came to visit that day to see what is being done on an Irish farm.
Very good. Okay. Thank you very much, Gormina Mahmoud.
Thank you, Frank.
So now we've spent most of the morning, I suppose, concentrating on what the past and what we've learned from it. Our last session, which is going to be chaired by Professor Tia Hennessy, the head of the College of Business and Law in UCC, is going to really look forward. And I'll let Tia introduce our panel in a minute, but if you could be making your way onto the stage, Tia and the panellists. And this is my last time. You'd be very glad, I know I'm a very bad timekeeper, so you'd be glad to see the end of me. But just before I step down, I did want to acknowledge a few people that I haven't mentioned. In particular, look, we've had a brilliant production of this event and lots of great videos, and that's down to Declan McArdle, the man over there behind the board with the headphones on. Declan, you've done Trojan work and a massive job, and well done to you and to Rachel Greig and your colleague. Others I'd also like to acknowledge. That's Rachel over there. Others I wish to acknowledge. Eric Donald, put a huge amount of work into organising this event and was hugely important. And Eric and his team, very much want to acknowledge you. Ciara Johnson down there at the back as well. Ciara, really important cog in the wheel of getting us, the last couple of weeks to actually have a show to put on today. And also to Gail Moore, Paul Maher, our head of international affairs and strategy, very important. Declan Troy and the local team in Ashtown. All the speakers and presenters here this morning, the ones still to come, and my other colleagues that I've mentioned already. I'm not re-mentioning you. But the last word I want to say was to the department and to Brendan and his colleagues that are here. The support we get from the department is huge and tremendous and great, hugely acknowledged, Brendan. We wouldn't be able to do the work we do without your support, and that I think is manifested maybe in today. And all the information that we have to put on this event is because of the support we've been getting over the years. So I'll go to Mina Mahagud. Go to Mina Mahagud.
Frank, and good afternoon, everybody. The final session, the panel, which will briefly look back, but mostly look forward. Congratulations to Teagasc and the department on a fantastic event so far, and especially the videos, I think, have been really good. I think the Teagasc staff, their talent knows no bounds. Sandra can drive a car and speak to a camera at the same time, which can't imagine is easy. So RTE, I'd say watch out, Teagasc is coming. So welcome to our panel. First of all, I'd like to welcome Conor Ryan, CEO of Arabone and also Chair of Dairy Industry Ireland. Gillian O'Sullivan, a dairy farmer and vet. Jim O'Toole, CEO of Board Bia. Oh my God, what a slip. Sorry, Jim. And finally, Matt Dempsey, Chair of the Agricultural Trust. So as I said briefly, we might look back first maybe and then spend most of the panel looking forward, and hopefully we'll have time for some questions from the floor as well. Gillian, I might go to you first, and we've heard quite a lot by video from different farm families, but here as a farmer representative on this panel, what has really resonated with you in terms of what you've heard this morning?
I think it's you know, everything we've seen this morning, it's easy to say that EU membership has been transformative for dairy farming here. The benefits have been covered all morning, and you know, just to touch on a couple, like simply access to the single market has been huge. Obviously, CAP subsidies and supports again have made huge difference to farm incomes. And when we look at things like rural development programme and rural development funding, it has gone to things such as EIPs, it has gone to TAMs, it has gone to things that have supported our own farms, such as the Young Farmer Capital Investment Scheme. It's helped us to modernise our farm in the last 10 years. It's helped us to create a farming environment that is easier to work in, it's a safer work environment, and it's more attractive to the next generation coming up. So, you know, and in addition to all of that, obviously EU funding comes down trickles down through Teagasc as well, and that research and innovation piece, it's easy, sometimes we might take it for granted, but all of that research and innovation that flows unbiased information that's independent, it flows directly to farmers, and we can put that best practice into our management plans at farm level, and that brings, I guess it brings extra profitability and huge sustainability gains at farm level, and that's really unique to this country. And we have to, you know, behind all of those things I just mentioned there, like the EU is that funding is flowing through. And just to before I finish up, I was speaking with a Welsh colleague of mine on Monday, and I said to him, look, I'm doing this thing on Friday. What on the other side of the fence? What does it feel like to be outside of the EU now? And to be honest, his face fell. He was just like, oh, it's dreadful. He said, oh, everything we were promised, everything that we were told, with additional schemes that would have less red tape. He said it hasn't materialised. We're looking at schemes now that have an increased burden of administrative effort for farmers. He said it's to see. He said that the mood within the farming community was poor was an understatement. So look, you know, we have to see the positives as well as we know there's challenges there, but you know, there's certainly a huge level of positivity from membership over the last 50 years.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that point about Brexit, the counterfactual of life outside the EU, we might come back to as well. Conor, I might go to you next. I suppose there was some questions from the floor about developments in the dairy processing sector in particular. And when we look back, there has been, you know, huge innovation and consolidation and globalization of dairy companies. And has the quota period really been a catalyst for innovation, I think?
I think it has, Tia, but I think more importantly, as we listened to the Secretary General's presentation this morning and Kevin's and the timelines, and I suppose as I listened to the presentations, what has really been remarkable is how good the policy piece of it was and how well the EU handled it. I went into my current job in 2005, and I'd come out of 20 years in Kerry Group where there was very little talk about subsidies or intervention or anything like that. And I walked in and we had 250 million litres in our plant, and we had the same amount of milk every year. And we were concerned about, you know, where the intervention prices came, where the intervention price of butter, with our butter mountain, with what's going on out there. You know, then we had subsidies. Casein was a big product for us, and I think about €2,600 at the price was a subsidy. So our big concern in those early days was the subsidy was going, and the EU had signalled to us the subsidy was going. But we said, this thing has gone down the river, like we can't compete. So the subsidy went, and casein continued and got stronger, and last year, best year ever in it. And intervention prices reduced, they're irrelevant today, we don't discuss them. And then there was quotas, and the amount of time we spent on quotas. We had a whole team around quotas. Every year, would you come in under quota, would you be slightly over it? What farmer was here, what farmer was there? And then the exchange. Was it 38, was it 24, was it 46? You know, it was an industry all on its own, which was absolutely fascinating at the time, but a terrible waste of time for everyone. And the EU handled that, and the department handled that exceptionally well, because when you think of quotas in particular, in 2011 it was signalled to us, we're upping it by 1% or 2% for the next 4 years. When it eventually came, people were prepared and they were ready for it. And we had started the journey outward. So I think really the most important thing was we were in an industry that was static. Our biggest challenge was keeping people motivated, developing people. Same processes, same customers. And at a customer level, it was the USA for casein and the UK for whey and given powder, whatever, because you have big food manufacturers.
We never thought about the Middle East. We never thought about Africa. We wouldn't even, China wasn't even on the map at that stage, nor Southeast Asia. If you were talking about Vietnam, it was the Second World War, the Americans, that's what what it was. So today, if you're not present, and if you're not selling products in those countries, and if you're not developing customers there, you're not in the game. So it has been a tremendous, the lifting of quotas was absolutely essential. You know, we had a whole different skill set to learn. We had to take guys out of our engineering function and put them into project management. And putting up dryers and all the evaporators and separators, all that area is exceptionally challenging in the dairy industry. Because all you get is that window between December, January and February when things are quiet to get those projects installed. So the industry per se and all the development had tight timelines and had a whole skill set to develop that it wasn't used to. So I think looking back, the policy piece was exceptionally well handled. We came through it. We have come from being in a protected environment to really competing at a global scale, and we are very good at it. So they're my thoughts.
Great, and I want to come back to you on the global competitiveness and looking forward, but we might move on to Jim next. So we heard a lot of statistics about the size of the European market and the growth in exports over the years, and with the low points of Brexit. What has been your overall experience, I suppose, in terms of leading Board BIA and export growth over the period and the role of the EU?
Well, I think in the opening clip of the video this morning, we saw a farmer talking about we'll be out in the cold if we didn't join in 1973, and here we are in 2022, last year's full exports, and our Irish food and drink exports to the EU in 2022 were double what they were in 2010. So when you think about how the industry has, as somebody said I think it was during Emma's presentation, about the market orientation that Irish agri-food sector now has, and how we focused on a population of about 450 million people who are sophisticated, close by, and provided the opportunity for growing value for the agri-food sector. I think that has been something that we're still exploring that journey and the opportunities that provides. And of course, in terms of the counterpoint to that, as Gillian mentioned about her Welsh colleague, of course, the most negative part of the experience from my perspective has been the exit of the UK from the European Union, because again, is a huge, the most important market for us, and the fact that we may now run the risk of having regulatory divergence, that the food industry in the UK is not looked after from a policy point of view, and that is a challenge for us, because it's still a very important market for us, and it's important that we keep that in mind, in that we have both the EU market and the UK market to pursue and progress from an export point of view.
Thanks. We'll come back to the forward-looking part. Matt, so as an editor and journalist covering a lot of this period, we heard today about the difference between power and influence, and that maybe Ireland as a small member state hasn't had a lot of power, but we've had a lot of influence over the period. How did you see all of that political development over the last number of years?
Okay, it depends where you want to start, I suppose. My earliest memory of all of this was doing an interview with Paddy Hillary when he was Minister for Foreign Affairs and Chief Negotiator before he became Commissioner. And I'd never seen the man lose his temper before. And I asked him a question about the sugar beet quota. And this was one of the real ferments of EU entry negotiations. Then it went on, and I think one of the pivotal moments in many ways was the appointment of Tom O'Dwyer as Director of Dairy Products, because he brought a unique economist and Irish view to his job, and then he was made, of course, as Michael Berkery said, Director of Livestock Products. So suddenly there was an Irishman in the Commission in charge of two absolutely fundamental areas. I'm not saying he was influenced by his nationality, but clearly he had experience in a very real way. I think one of the real lessons that struck me slightly later in that period was the beginnings of the negation of science. We had this extraordinary debate in the European Parliament on the place of hormones in beef production. I could understand an emotional banning of the artificial hormones. I couldn't understand the banning of the natural hormones in beef production. And we could certainly use those natural hormones in beef production now when we are so dependent on the dairy herd with a predominantly Holstein base as a beef unit, as a beef output. So we're seeing this questioning of science continue to develop, in my view. And the nitrates is a particularly good example. The negation, to some extent, of anaerobic digestion as a legitimate source for biomethane to replace fossil fuels. The whole question of the questioning of the climate science and the emissions, and the apparent reluctance to admit that feed additives may in fact change the game as regards ruminant emissions. So I think this is going to form a lot of the policy impetus of the Irish country as a nation over the next few years. Obviously, from my own personal point of view, the imposition of quotas was, on the dairy side, was very clearly a negation of the most competitive sector. And I just want to mention then, before I go, one of my first things I remember when I became editor of the journal was Peter Sutherland had been on our board, and he then became chairman of AIB. And I met him one day and asked him would he sponsor a study of the competitiveness of Irish agriculture. And we hired a young economist at that time, Jerry Boyle, who subsequently clearly became much more prominent to carry out the study. But his study still stands up, because what he said was that within Europe, Ireland is highly competitive, but he repeated what Mansholt had said when I did an interview with him in 74 or 5, that outside of Europe, there will always be regions who will have very specific advantages in key sectors. And he mentioned milk and beef and cereals to an extent. And this is precisely what Jerry's competitiveness study threw up. And we're seeing that come home in a real way now, where over the Black Sea, Russia was a huge food importer, now by far the largest single wheat exporter in the world because of the effective privatization of Russian agriculture. And Brazil, because of its science, has fulfilled Manshold's prediction of real competitiveness ability coming from South America. And I think this will have to drive some fundamental review that Brendan Gleeson talked about in the next iteration of the CAP itself.
So on the next iteration of the CAP, and if we look forward and reflect on what we heard from Commissioner McGuinness earlier today, so many challenges and a lot of them competing, global food security, climate neutrality, and she asked the question, who will pay? What do you think of the funding for the future of the CAP? Is it sufficient, or are the mechanisms sufficient?
I think it boils down to a question of what kind of protection do we want for European produced agriculture. If the market is going to reflect European costs of production, then some kind of levy minimum import price system will have to come. If it's going to be, let's open our borders to everything produced, both to different standards and to greater competitiveness, then the direct payments will have to be increased. Or, of course, the other alternative is that you run down European agriculture. You get, as I go around the country, the real only sector that I see multi-generational farms involved is on the dairy side. There's a few very large tillage operations, but you can put them on two hands. Similarly on the pigs. But the only large-scale mainstream enterprise bringing young people in on a full-time basis, which is also what Mairead mentioned, is the dairy sector. So what do we do with that other 100,000 farmers and their families? Or do we go down the model of messy part-time dependence on contractors and a recognition of the opportunities that these graduates have that can't be fulfilled in a farming way, which is what's happening on the dairy side, but not on the others.
So do you see the rise of opportunities more broadly in the economy then being important in that development?
Well, it looks as if they are. The population has gone from less than 3 million to well over 5 million in the space of a generation. So this is inward migration and returning home of emigrants. Yeah. So this is what is causing the housing crisis, but this is a measure of the economy's success rather than national failure, you can call it if you like, or it's a national effort to try and catch up with the reality. And these extra opportunities, in my view, will probably stay there and may develop And the consequences for the indigenous sectors are very real, and especially for the employment prospects and how they're going to achieve these kind of life balances that are one of the prerequisites of the modern generation that are coming out of college, and would in other times have gone in to reasonably good farms and been very happy to take them over on a full-time basis. But that's not happening now, in my view.
Gillian, I might come back to you because in terms, from your perspective, the future of the CAP, and I know you have interests in generational renewal and you've talked about global food security as well. What would you like to see out of the future of the CAP?
Yeah, I mean, broadly speaking, I guess if I could touch on three areas, and maybe I would start with one anyway, but around the CAP budget, around, as you mentioned, generational renewal, but also around sustainability challenges that we have. I mean, first and foremost around the budget, and this might be a little bit naive to say it, but the budget cannot be reduced because I think we've seen more recently that food production and supporting primary food producers within the EU is fundamentally important for food security. And I mean, there's that phrase that says that, you know, every society is only three meals away from chaos. And I think we've seen elements of that in the recent past. You saw how brittle our food supply chain was during COVID. And not only that being, you know, food production being fundamentally important, but the difference between food production and primary food production, I would say from the 70s and 80s up to currently, is that farms are now operating under conditions of increased risk. And what I mean in saying that is that over my lifetime, so over 40 years, there's been a threefold increase in extreme weather events. So that is floods, droughts, and storm events that have occurred. So that means, and we all know as a primary producer, an extreme weather event can have a significant impact on an annual productivity, annual profitability. So if we are now operating in an environment where we're at an increased risk of experiencing a extreme climate or weather event, then we are operating all of our farm businesses under increased risk. So that has to be taken into account somewhere or other within the CAP budget. That's why I'm saying, you know, it shouldn't be reduced. When it comes to generational renewal, I think it's going to be one of the challenges of the next 10 years. The average farmer age in Ireland being 59. In the EU, we have just 12% of farm managers are under the age of 40. We have only, in Ireland, 20% of farmers are under the age of 45. Like, this is going to be huge. The only sector that has a younger age profile is dairying. And obviously, because of all the things we've mentioned before, and for me, I'm a living, breathing example of that. Dairying, the opportunities in dairying was there for me to come home and to begin farming with my husband while my father was also there. And it meant that it was attractive, we had opportunities, we built we now have 4 children when we're farming since 2010. But that is, we have to have vibrant, attractive sectors for young people to come into it. And I think that's going to be an absolutely massive challenge over the next while.
And is there a role for policy in that then? So you talked about dairying being attractive. That's probably market-driven more than policy. So
yeah, in terms of policy, I mean, we could look at all areas of generational renewal. We need to have, there's only less than 15% of farms have succession plans in place. And succession planning is massive. We need to it needs a lot of time and effort instead of just sliding our way towards retirement or worse, or death for farms where you've got monumental problems then when it comes to where does the land, or what happens to the farm, or what's the outcome with it. I think we need to have policies that support succession planning, policies that support land access and mobility, tax incentives for young people, and of course access to finance for young people that really supports their getting their foothold into whatever industry they're going to get into.
Okay, thank you. So I might go to you, Jim, in terms of the trends we're seeing. So Gillian mentioned, supply chain disruption, and we've had a pandemic, and we've a lot of geopolitical unrest and wars, and there seems to be a growing trend towards kind of food sovereignty concerns and renationalisation of food plans and consumption. Is that a concern for us as a major exporting industry, and or country, I should say, and what would you like to see coming in the next CAP?
I think we do have to be vigilant about the risk of renationalisation in different markets around the EU, because the success that we have enjoyed to date is around about having that free access to a common market. And I think you know, we need to understand that consumers have a strong view, and we see that there is in terms of sustainability. And I think sometimes we think that the regulation that's coming from the EU in terms of the Green Deal, that it is being something that is being pushed upon us. And what we also need to recognise, I think, is that all of the big customers around the world of Irish food and drink have their own agendas and plans to attain net zero, because that is what their customers and their consumers are demanding. So we need to have a perspective that the demand towards greater sustainable food production is coming from consumers. And consumers, I think, in some of the studies that Bord Bia has done, can be you know, somewhat contradictory about this in terms of wanting, you know, having concern about food security, but also wanting to have comfort that the food that they are buying is more sustainable. And I think there's a potential for a risk, and we've seen in times of high inflation, we see in times of supply disruption, as you say, that local preference can come to the fore, and that's a disadvantage for us, and we need to be clear about that. And therefore, as we look to future policy direction, I think it's really important that the common access that we have and avoiding regulatory divergence, and some of these things will be played out in the next phase of policy regulation in terms of how food is labelled, in terms of its environmental performance, and we can already see that some of the labelling that's coming down the track. Some member states are jumping the gun, if you like, and going ahead, and that is a disadvantage, and it's a concern that I would have that needs to be addressed.
So can I come back to your point about businesses also driving the carbon neutrality agenda, which I think we'd all agree with, and saying that consumers want it, but at the same time we hear that consumers won't pay for it. So if I put the same question to you that I put to Matt, do you think this has to be funded through the CAP, all the additional costs that will be borne at the farm level, or is there another model?
I think Jack Bobo, who spoke at the ASA conference and spoke that has made a comment. I think that consumers never cared more but knew less about how their food is produced. Okay. And I think that's something that I think we can all resonate with. And how we transition from where consumers have to pay a premium for sustainably produced food to one where unsustainably produced food is penalised is something that has to be worked out at a policy level, because we know that as was pointed out by earlier speakers, there is real concern about high food inflation because of the central role that food plays in our lives. So and I think the people the customers around the world that are driving that agenda, they're driving that agenda because they know that their ultimate end consumers want it, and I think that's important to recognise. But they also are concerned as to how the reward is measured out, because they understand that if there isn't a reward for the primary producer, they will not be able to achieve it. And as we progress in this journey and talk about Scope 3 emissions, people understand that it's what happens on farm that's going to make the difference. And ultimately, how that is going to be rewarded or recognised is a big policy challenge.
Okay, and we'll go to the audience shortly for a few questions, but to come back to Conor first. In terms of the dairy processing sector, then, what would you like to see coming from Europe to support the sector?
I think if the policy for the next 10 years is as consistent and aligned to what the needs of the industry is, I think we'll make significant progress. I think when we look this morning, it was highlighted, the European milk pool is flat, even after the abolition of quota. Ireland and Poland have jumped up, Ireland a lot more than Poland, but also the likes of Finland, Sweden, Norway, some of the southern Europe have declined, and the rest seem to be relatively stable. So where is the milk going to come from? So as you look out at a global level, the United States is probably the biggest threat, and China, depending on your exposure to them. China produces a lot more milk on a totally uneconomical basis in reality. and the States getting aggressive about exporting. But our model, and you look at it, and yesterday I opened the journal and I see 3 farmers, one of them our own, building a pond inside in the middle of the farm. This guy has 450 cows, an extensive dairy farmer. But he's thinking longer term and he's buying into the sustainability business. And we have a lot of hugely positive stuff going on in Ireland. You know, the whole cooperation between the beef industry and the dairy industry and ICBF for the genotyping program, the first in the world to go at it. Then we have ASIP, we also have ESTAS in conjunction with Borbia. So we have a unique advantage with regard to grass-fed milk. And we must play in that space and we must be able to differentiate ourselves. So the quicker we embrace all those actions, the better off we are. And from a dairy industry perspective, outside of returning our best possible price to our members and making sure we make a few pounds to do that and continue to invest, our 2 biggest objectives are carbon emissions and water quality. They're the 2 areas as an industry we see as imperative to our success. So that's where we see it going.
And are you concerned about the cost of achieving those and where the cost will be borne?
I'm concerned about costs overall. I think we have a different issue. I suppose the closure of White this week in Askeaton probably has made us ask some more fundamental questions about our cost base in terms of electricity, gas, etc., etc. Who will pay for this? Yes, I think. Listening to the Commissioner there this morning, Commissioner McGuinness, I think there's no shortage of support if we're doing what fits in with the overall plan. And that overall plan fits in far better with Irish dairy farming than it does with a guy with 10,000 cows in Wisconsin or a guy down in Italy with, you know, a big shed of cows. Like, so I think we're well positioned, but we need to be aligned on it and we need to be very aggressive, progressive.
And did I see this week Kerrygold is the 2nd most consumed butter in the US now?
Fantastic day down in Kerrygold Park last Wednesday, doubling up capacity, really successful position in the US and growing rapidly there. And you know, both Minister McGonagall and Minister Coveney there and presented, and a fantastic day. But you know, on the other hand, we're finding great growth in the US, but the German market has been very tough this year because of it. You know, competitive and a lot of price driving. That's not going to change. So the overall picture, we got to keep working on the positives.
Very good. So we can open it up for some questions from the floor. Mike McGann here first. If we can get a microphone, we'll go to Seamus Cross then. Or Seamus has the mic first. So yeah.
Just reflecting on the analysis on all the farm enterprises there earlier, and what would be the panel's view on a policy to reduce the size of the national dairy herd now?
I suppose I better take it. No, we're completely opposed to it. And it's not being selfish or greedy about it. It's just we believe that we have arrived at peak milk. We're seeing, you know, really we don't see any massive further expansion of the milk pool. We're up at 9 billion litres. We think that's where it will remain. You know, you can't take it in isolation, but the last 3 weeks we're seeing milk supply decline 10 and 12%. This year will probably be negative. On top of that, we look at new entrants coming in, and we still see a number of new entrants, but we probably have more going out at this stage, a far smaller scale than coming in. So I'm not sure what to achieve. You know, it would want to be very focused, and I don't think that's possible. Yes, and there's some guys, and we all have suppliers who are at a stage in their life, and they would like an incentive to get out. But how do you differentiate helping those, and how do you spend the money there? That's the big question for me there. As an industry, we think it's not necessary. It's not a good expenditure of public money. That's our view.
Gillian, do you want to comment?
Yeah, I think that just something to echo what Kevin Toomey said earlier about like there's a lot of talk, there's a lot of kite flying, and I think that morale within in the farming industry is quite low at the moment. And what I'm seeing across the board is that people are looking for clarity. Because we say we've kite flying around the voluntary reduction scheme, yet that has disappeared now. So it's trying to make plans on a long-term basis, except we're getting these piecemeal information. Some of it is accurate, some of it then, you know, is swept under the carpet. And from a farmer's perspective, clarity would be wonderful around these topics, which we can only get really from the likes of the department. But the worry would be that if clarity came, would you have lots of tractors on Kildare Street? And that's, you know, maybe that might be a step too far. But look, you know, that's how I feel about it.
Okay, Mike, and we might take a couple of questions together. Vivian, then. Please.
Thanks to you. We got a great analysis all morning about income over the last 50 years, and Kevin Hanlon's graphs are very, very telling. They probably equally could be broken down into actual income on the farm, and the change in that a lot of the income would have come from part-time farming over the last number of years. We don't tend to want to talk about that very much, but the reality is without that we would have a very poor industry. My concern is, and to Conor's point a few moments ago, and Gillian and Kevin Toomey's question earlier, my concern is, as a long-term dairy farmer, where is the future plan for dairy farming? I think we have a massive advantage here, as Conor has just said. I was talking to a nephew of mine yesterday who's on a 200,000 cow farm in Saudi Arabia, and they're bringing the alfalfa from the States, the soya from South America, and pumping the aquifer from 3 miles down to milk the cows. And yet we feel we've got a massive advantage that we don't exploit to the full extent. So my challenge is to Conor, and I think they are rising to the challenge very well, the Irish processors, but I think we need to go quite a bit further in harnessing the benefit that comes from the production model we have here in Ireland, and return a more realistic return for the effort and the cost that has gone in. Market forces will always dictate, but equally they have to be helped by the people who sell our product. So to Jim, maybe, and to Conor and Ornua, I think we have to bring on this industry to the next dimension and stop sort of watching in admiration for what we've done and start talking about what we're going to do.
Thanks, Mike. I'll take 2 more questions and we'll go back to the panel then. So we've Vivian, thank you.
Yeah, just a quick question, Gillian. In terms of your family and your children, what will you do from now on to make the farm sustainable for hopefully 1 or possibly 2 of them to take over, in terms of a few simple, quick wins for people today?
Okay, and one last question then, Lorraine.
Yeah, I actually have 2 separate questions. The first one is related to the fact that we might have some part-time farmers in the future, because not everybody is going to go, well, I mean, we already have them, but we're concerned about this cohort. And I just wonder, like, I purchased a small farm this week and it was extremely difficult. So there's obviously land mobility, well, there's limited land mobility, but thinking about the cohort of people that want to get into farming and don't have the land in the family, how can we support these people to purchase land going forward? And they might actually be full-time farmers too, but they might be part-time farmers, and like there's tax relief options for young farmers, but that with the price of land, it's extremely difficult. And maybe that cohort of people could help take on these farms in the future. So I'd be interested in people's views on that. And the second one is I appreciated the comment about people trusting science less and less. I'm an economist, so I think I'm in the top 5 professions of people that are the least trusted by the public. But I sometimes feel like science is used, evidence is used as an argument by environmental lobbyists, saying that we need to get rid of livestock. And I feel like this creates more and more distance between the farming community and the rest of the society. So, and when you're a scientist, you also see that there's loads of debates in the science community, which makes it hard sometimes to come forward with a clear view of what we should and shouldn't do. So, how do we deal with that? And are there any thoughts among the panel?
Thank you. So I'll ask each of you to respond to the various questions. That's okay. Conor, I'll go to you first.
I'll take Mike's question. Matthew, or you can take that other one. I'm out of my pay grade. I suppose, Mike, in the longer term, we are very well fixed, and we have to have the policy right, and we have to embrace and make ourselves more sustainable at farm level. We have to be able to talk about water quality. And we have to be able to back it up with facts. And if we can get over those 2, Pat Dillon showed the carbon emissions improvement there this morning on our dairy herds. With the advent of better EPI, continue to grow that, encouraging that within the milk price system. And today, most cooperatives will embrace sustainability payments. When you think where we've come from, because we were having the argument about solids 10 years ago, 10 years before that was about SEC and TBC. And now the next tranche of that is encourage the sustainability practice of farm. That has to be the game we play. We're not going to have the 10,000 cow herds inside in the sheds. And in terms of our return, then, you know, your guy below in Saudi Arabia, like that is not where the future is. Fine, with oil prices at $90 a barrel, they can do whatever they like with the bloody stuff, including buying football clubs, but it's not, it doesn't make sense. If you talk to the New Zealanders today about China and the frustration they've experienced with China, you know, they're not competing on a level playing field. We have a global market at our doorstep. We're well received from North America, South America, right through Europe and into the Asians. So I think once we keep focused and we get the policies right with regard to protecting our environment and continuing dairying, I think we're really well positioned. And the return will, you know, the return last year was exceptional. When I talk to my French or German colleagues, they're absolutely shocked with what price we're paid here. Fine, we're exporting 96% of it at this stage, so we're always going to be circumventing the world markets. So.
Thank you, Connie. Gillian?
Just to answer your question there, I guess there was a focus on education over the morning. I guess when it comes to our farm, both myself and my husband really feel that education is well and truly the way forward. So my husband has completed a master's in environmental sustainability. I've done last year, I did a course through WIT on soil health and water management. And then putting these practices into place over the last 3 years, what we've done on our farm is trying to create a model that's going to be long-term resilient when it comes to the environmental requirements and challenges that are going to come towards us, long-term resilient for market price like inputs and output prices, and long-term resilient for any type of like I guess when it comes to you know, the weather impact that can have on farm profitability. So what we've done. We put all of our figures into AgNav, and that's the program that was spoken about earlier. And when we ran those through from 2018 to this year, we've had an 18% reduction in our farm greenhouse gas emissions, and that is a long way along, you know, along that track to get to that 25%. But in saying that, that has come with. We did end up reducing our herd by 15% because we pulled out any followers and we pulled out any surplus replacement dairy cattle that we were carrying. We also reduced our nitrogen usage by about 45%. And if you said to every dairy farmer or every farmer in the country, you know, to do those changes, there'd be war. But it's just to show that, you know, in terms of engaging and creating a long-term sustainable farm, we're like on our farm, we're fully engaged there.
Thanks, Julian.
I think maybe to just further comment on what Mike was saying, I think you know, the reality is that we operate in a global marketplace, that there is certain, you know, there's no question that supply and demand currently are creating a tough environment. But as Conor and indeed Gillian mentioned there, we have a lot of the fundamentals in place that will, I think, reward us in the longer term in terms of being able to demonstrate through what we're doing at Orange and Green, what we're doing with AgNav, what farmers around the country are doing to demonstrate with evidence that we are becoming more sustainable producers. And that is recognised by customers around the world. And myself and Ministers McConnell and Hayden are heading off next week to Korea and to Malaysia and to the Philippines. And in Southeast Asia, we're growing the market for Irish dairy and Irish food and for Irish meat products, and there is a burgeoning demand in that region of the world. Part of the story that we will be telling is not only the high quality of the food that we produce, but our sustainable story as well, and that certainly resonates. And I think it's something that in the year that I've been in this role in Bord Bia, that has struck me most is that the appreciation, the recognition that our customers around the world have of what we have been doing in Ireland and what they cannot replicate themselves is something that gives me confidence for the future. And maybe to address the point about the science and the environmental lobby that argues various scientific points. I think what we need to do is, as an industry, is to simplify and align our messages so that we can demonstrate, again, the good work that has been done through programs like AgNav, through the participation in ESTAS, and that farmers have an appetite and are demonstrating their appetite to change and to farm more sustainably. And that's a story that I think needs to be told more broadly.
Thanks, Jim. So my timer's gone off. We'll give you the final word.
Okay, thanks. Very briefly,
Thank you.
I don't think there's any need to reduce the national herd at all. I mean, it's just worth remembering that when quotas were introduced per utilisable area, the Netherlands had 9 times what we were producing. And broadly, our livestock numbers have been vaguely static, give or take a few percent. Also, I think the timescales for dramatic changes in environmental adherence seem to have come enormously quickly. But we're already seeing from Teagasc work and other that we're going to get on top of the nitrates problem fairly quickly. We'll get on top of the CH4, the methane ones fairly quickly. So I think taking Jim's point on the sustainability criteria, they're going to be there. If you're going to Malaysia, you might ask them about their palm oil and how they're getting on, because that's a truly unsustainable one. One thing I didn't mention was on the whole tillage side, we're seeing an increase in value-added potential. And if that can be garnered and safeguarded and brought forward, then I think there's going to be an interesting future there outside of the broad commodity sector. In relation to the point about non-farmers buying land, you know, non-farmers could never buy land unless it was being given free in opening up a country or there was some special circumstance. But certainly, it is certainly, in my view, worth looking at getting committed young people into partnership with existing owners and stretching out the leasing and partnership attractions that are there and can be done legislatively in Dublin with a vague genuflection towards state aid rules in Brussels. But there's a lot of scope there for bringing new people into the industry, into actual farming, if that's what we want to achieve.
Thank you very much, Matt. And thanks to all our panel members, Matt, Jim, Gillian, Conor. Thank you. So it's nearly lunchtime. I'll hand over to Brendan Gleeson to close the conference. Thank you, Brendan.
Thanks to you. And I'm conscious that I'm between people and their lunches, so this will take about 3 minutes. I think my job was to thank people, but Frank has done it already, so I'll repeat the thanks to the people who organised this conference, from my own organisation, the brilliant people from Teagasc. I know that an awful lot of work goes into organising something like this, so well done to those people who served the coffees, fed us. It's really important to acknowledge what they've said. I mean, the last discussion was really interesting. I could dig a big hole for myself here now if I start responding to every issue that was raised, although I feel like it, but I won't. But there was an interesting discussion about policy formulation, you know, and we are heading into a new discussion on the Common Agricultural Policy. And it was fantastic to have facts on the table today, facts put on the table. It's very important that policy making is underpinned by those facts. But that's not enough. If anybody thinks policy making is about looking at the facts and doing the logical thing, I'm afraid you're living in cloud cuckoo land. There are other things too. There's intelligence. We've got a lot of market intelligence today from Jim, from Conor. That's really important. We have to know what's going on out there. And, you know, fellas like me sit in offices and we think we know what's going on, but it's actually when we come to things like this and we go out and talk to people, we really find out what's going on. That's important. And then there's the legitimacy question. So that's why farmer representative bodies, the political system, are so important as well, because they give us that information about what people can tolerate, and that's really important when it comes to policy making. So I would just make that point about how we approach policy making. And actually, I think in this country we have a unique approach, uniquely collaborative. We're always killing each other, but I think we also get in rooms together and we talk about the hard things, and we talk about contested things. And that's the way policy making will always be, and it should be. And those conversations are hard. But I think if we show ourselves to be a kind of cohesive force in the context of developing this sector, and I think we do, by and large, that's really important. And it's really important to present the sector, farmers, processors, state agencies, policy makers, to present that cohesive face to the political system, to the people who are determining budgets, because it's a far more powerful force when you do it that way than when things are fragmented. So people have different views on different things. I'll come back to the food vision. It's really important to develop that common vision. And we can fight about how we implement it, as we will. But I think overall, the sector in Ireland has these unique gifts, very powerful representation from farmers, political system that's really interested in agriculture, and the fantastic evidence base that we have here from Teagasc, and those ingredients are really important to policy making. The counterfactual, we don't have it, but I think we all have a fair idea. Well, we don't know where we would be without it, but agriculture would certainly look entirely different if we weren't in the European Union. People have talked a lot about the common agricultural policy today. And what's clear is, and of course Ireland, like other interested member states, will fight like hell for a strong agricultural budget the next time around. But those things aren't in our gift. We have to make a persuasive case to taxpayers across Europe. Ireland itself is a significant net contributor now, so Ireland has a broad range of interests as well, apart from agriculture, although agriculture is very important to us. So all of this stuff we're doing on sustainability is a critical part of that dialogue, I think, and of that presentation of ourselves as a dynamic, forward-looking sector. And that's really, really important. And it's important that we look. I mean, we're talking about bringing young people into the sector, and we have a range of policy instruments to do that. So I could list them here. But fundamentally, people will come into a sector where they can make a decent income. And I think myself that part of that, because there's no going back from this now, has to be the part-time dynamic. And I was really interested. The most interesting thing I heard today was the link between the lifting of the marriage bar in the civil service and the structure of family farms. I thought that was fascinating, really, and incredible, even though I was, I don't know, I was probably 9 or 10 then. But so I was there when it happened, but it's difficult when you think back to that. We need more women in farming. We need more women in the department at senior levels. We need more women at senior levels in state agencies, and we need more women in senior representative roles in farm bodies. And I think we all know that. And I think for the first time ever, this common agricultural policy actually has elements in it that are designed to encourage female participation in farming. I think maybe the thing to go away and reflect on today is that we had a French minister in the room and we had an Irish commissioner in the room. And that's really powerful. It's really powerful. That's how we engage and persuade people at European Union level. And, there's 600 or 700 people in the European Parliament. I can't remember how many anymore. But we have a commissioner sitting around the table, the College of Commissioners, with an equal voice to commissioners from huge member states with populations 10 times our population. We have ministers sitting around the Council of Ministers with an equal voice to those huge member states. That's really, really important. And then finally, because I lost my train of thought when I started talking about the CAP, we have to remember the single market. That is at least or more important than the subsidies we put into farming. And sometimes I got concerned about narratives that erode the importance of that principle. So I think it's really, really important. And we've seen people chipping away at it over the last few years. And occasionally you get a national voice that will say, well, we should be trying to block trade or block imports. That single market is critically, critically important for our sectors. At least as important as the CAP. And I think in the context of how agriculture has developed since 1973, without that single market, I think we'd have an agriculture sector that would be very much diminished, significantly smaller than it is now. So I just ask people to remember that as a really important principle. So that's it from me, and thanks to everybody. Thanks to Frank for asking me to speak here, and thanks to Emer for telling me to shut up earlier on. And I'm going to shut up now. So thanks, everybody, and have a good lunch. Thanks.